Looks like we're live. It's been a few days. Got enough tabs open to kill a horse. I guess we'll track the old beard progress here. Been a month or two since I started growing it out. I was thinking, I don't know, I get these things like, I should say this on record just in case AI is ever able to go back and find shit, like tag it and transcribe it and organize all my little clips. So I was thinking, note to my kids. Man, I'd make a lot of notes to my kids. I think right now I'm not really ready to put all of my thoughts about life and kids into a coherent, age-appropriate message. So I guess we'll just have to kick that can down the road. But I was going to say, note to my kids, don't trust the AI. I think it's alien technology. At least the explanations that the AI can give me about how it works don't add up. So far, it's basically like I've figured out a series of layers. First, it turns all the words into codes. Like every word, essentially, they call them tokens and they're subwords. But essentially, each word gets an ID number. And then those ID numbers I think there is a base, I forget exactly, there's like a base definition for each word. Each word has an array of about 1,000. It varies from model to model, but each word has, or token really, but each thing has like this definition. Now it might be order specific. Maybe that's what it hadn't really clarified. I mean, it'd almost have to be in the case of tokens. In the case of words, it could be a little bit more like just per word, because each word is a little bit more unique. You do lose some context there, and that's where the tokens kind of come in. But yeah, I mean, it does some like positional analysis where it's like if these three tokens are in this order, then it like kind of reinforces certain of these. What do they call them? The encodings. The encodings are that 1,000 number array of weights per word. But so like computer science is one of these things that it's just like, really? So I grew up with computers. My dad worked for IBM. He was in sales, not really software or hardware or anything, but we had computers, and I wasn't like a huge computer geek. I didn't write programs. My older brother, did a little bit of like Visual Basic type shit, but making like little chat bots for AOL. It was fucking really silly shit. I never really got into it. I mean, I think I tinkered around in it for a minute or two one day, but my first coding experience was with Ultima Online. I would say real coding experience. I mean, I must have had some other experience, because by the time I started writing these scripts for Ultima Online, it was like, it just came very easily to me. Like I was doing kind of like, I don't know, a few hundred lines of code to write these, like, if this, then this, just kind of conditional logic and a little like algorithm switching. So you had to, have like control flow it was controlling this MMO, the first best MMO ever, Ultima Online, and Ultima Online was, oh my god, goes down as the best thing ever. Oh, so I was thinking earlier, speaking of MMOs, man, this This is my backwards mirror I'm looking in. That's why it's always so fucking hard for me to get my... I spent like 10 minutes on the stream a while back trying to fix the direction of my hair. And it was because my fucking mirror's backwards because it's the true picture. Alright, so the thing is about life. Is life a game? I don't know. Seems like it. The Bible kind of says it's not the real life. There's a spiritual life. There's a million movies that kind of show that sort of could be true. And when you look at VR and the progress of computers, graphics, high resolution, video games, interactivity, wearable VR headsets. I got Oculus over here. It's crazy. The Matrix, right? You know, like plugging into some sort of like, you know, alternate reality seems to be maybe way more likely than a Big Bang just created everything out of nothing. However, maybe the simulator is based on reality, and maybe there was a Big Bang, and maybe we're on a spaceship in the middle of nowhere. We have left our home planet, you know, 500,000 years ago, and we're just drifting through space looking for something useful to do. And so we run a computer simulation called Earth, and that seems to be the most likely explanation, in my opinion. That you would base, like, well, what would real reality be like? Well, okay, so it could be like some sort of spiritual realm where things are more dreamy and less tangible, and you don't have a physical body, and so like maybe when you wake up, if you die, and if ever you experience like the real life, maybe that's you know, a spiritual realm, and that it's not like a spaceship, but kind of think that we're probably on a spaceship or I don't know, some other sort of like simulator. So life is weird. It feels real. Now the thing is about that, you know, just like in the Matrix, they say like if you die in the Matrix, you die in real life. The body can't live without the mind, which is crazy because like how that would actually work on a technical level is a little bit I hadn't really thought real deep about that before, but you know, you'd think that it'd just be able to like unplug you real quick before you actually died. Like, wouldn't that be a smarter thing to do than just be like, nope, he's dying, hold on tight, we're going all in with this one. Anyway, so what I've been trying to work on lately is my framework. And this is one of those things that's just so frustrating because I've had so much energy, both like given and taken and invested and distracted, and coffee, and cannabis edibles, which I haven't taken in like a month. I haven't drank anything, and like, you know, stopped buying beer like a month ago. It's a little crazy because I was like a 6-pack a day, tall boys, natural ice, $3.50 at Walgreens, fucking blessing. Kind of want to get back into that because I mean, man, I was really close yesterday, even at midnight. Actually, they were closed at midnight, but I was looking at the clock like, could really use a fucking drink. And I don't know, it's probably going to happen. Shouldn't really tell myself that, but I also know that once I start drinking again, it's going to be really hard to kick that to the curb. It's going to be like, wow, this is huge sacrifice to not have this, even if it's just a little bit of like, it's not like it's amazing, but it's just a little bit of, my brain is always in constant like stressed mode. Like right now I just feel uncomfortable, like there's this like chaos storm in my head. So I mean, it's not super strong all the time, but it's strong enough that I can feel it. and sometimes, especially at the end of the day, usually a little getting the coffee flowing kind of gets me over the hump a little bit, but I don't know. I feel so many weird things about life. Like, let's get this out of the way. I got a matrix complex. It's not a huge one, but it just kind of goes up there with the Messiah complex, and it's like, okay, so I should probably curl my. I got some coffee in there. That's what it was. That's what was hanging out. My mustache hopefully will overcome this kind of like food barrier, and I might need to like work on it to direct it in the right direction. But as it gets longer and as I direct it more, I might have to like put some gel in it to hold it from time to time to help its memory. But I think it'll learn how to stay out of the way of my mouth so I can eat or drink without getting coffee in my beard. But okay, so real quick, it's like Darth Vader. Morpheus kind of reminded me of my dad in a way. And my brother often has like a Jesus look to him. So I guess so I'm trying to figure out my Messiah complex. Is this a one-player game? Like, am I supposed to actually win? Like I kind of set out to a decade or so ago. Now it seems like highly improbable. Like I'm just gonna melt away and drink myself to death, which is, I guess, maybe the point. It's becoming more apparent that life is a trap, and like it's like there are a lot of little traps in life. So life is sort of like a trap, undeniably in so many ways. Like all the big decisions in life. I said this a bunch of times before, but friendships, relationships, family, even homes, schools, jobs, spouses, kids. Like, they're all traps. It's like, big decisions, and either way, you're probably fucked. So, but when it comes to success, it's probably one of the bigger ones. I mean, they're all big. They can be massive. They can be devastating. They can be like everything for your entire life, and then when you fail, you're just fucking done. Like, you give up, you grow, stop trimming your hair, start drinking more, and well, so the whole success thing is, it's like, oh, let's make money online. Let me write some code, make some little websites, and get people to pay me money, and then I can have a nice house. And it's like, let me turn on my camera and stream something. There's a lot of people streaming these days, and they're making good money. You can do that too. Make money online. It's like, there's so many people doing it. And I'm bad at it, apparently, because I've been trying and failing and whatever. But it's also just a fucked game. Like, it doesn't matter how many hours you stream. Clearly. Like, I don't have any viewers on here. I talk to myself because got nobody else to talk to. It's sad but true. Oh, fuck, man. How many hours I stream? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Alright. So, the whole thing seems fucking fake, okay? So, like, the game, Michael Douglas, right? The Matrix, Vanilla Sky, Hunger Games, Avatar. I don't know what the fuck it is. What's going on here. What the real life is like, how it all works. Geico. So easy a caveman could do it. Really? Does nobody see the joke there? I mean, that's like, certainly it could just. I mean, I started Googling this once. Like, why the fuck does Geico talk about cavemen doing it when their name is the Geico? It's like, could that be coincidence? Maybe, but like, there's not much reasoning I could think of. Maybe there is. Maybe there's some story behind who at the marketing agency thought like, no, this is it's so easy a monkey could do it. Well, let's go with caveman so that we're not calling people monkey or comparing people to monkeys or whatever. So maybe there was something to it, but while I was struggling in life, trying to find a girlfriend, trying to get laid, let's face it, folks. Sorry, kids. Watching a lot of porn and jerking off. Those are just part of life. Sex is a crazy thing and doesn't make much sense, but porn is like, it's like the low-hanging fruit. It's so good and so easy, and you do it. Like, everyone does it, right? Maybe not everyone, but most people do. Is it bad? Like, it's probably not great to do it too much, but it's probably not entirely bad. So it's one of those, like, is drinking coffee good for you? Probably not, but like, whatever. Anyway, I'd see these Geico well, so let's just put it this way. My struggle with girls was so fucking stupid, man. It was like, I tried a lot of things. Tried talking to so many girls at so many parties, and nothing. Nobody just, it's like they were just repulsed by me or something. It was crazy. And it was probably because I was trying too hard, like, awkwardly throwing myself into situations and just trying to start conversations that weren't really flowing. And so it's definitely, and I'm 6'6", so I'm pretty tall and intimidating. I mean, it wasn't always cringe, but like sometimes it was like, well, it's just usually not very productive. But there were quite a few times where like I might have had an opportunity to do something and I just wasn't confident enough to pull the right strings. But like, that's such fucking bullshit too, because none of those situations, there was a lot of situations. I can't remember how many of them were like, well, the dynamic was weird. It was like, if it was all too easy, it was like, this is suspicious and I'm not sure what's going on here, and like, I don't know. But also, I didn't really know what I was doing. There was just, I don't know, now that I'm remembering, there was this girl, was it Natalia or Natalie or something? I get those fucking names confused so easily, and I think it was Natalia, but I don't even really remember much about her, but there's this one situation, vague memory. The thing about memories is that they're so fuzzy, and it's like, yeah, I know something happened, I just don't really remember what. It's like kind of a situation, and I'm gonna try and like pull some words to kind of describe the vague feeling of like what I do remember, but like it's so vague that those words are gonna mischaracterize the situation because like I don't actually remember. So it's stupid. But anyway, my struggle with girls was so long and bad, and there was the porn, and so like I always wanted to like find a girlfriend, to like get the real thing. Didn't really even care who, like, usually, but, and so that went on for years and years and years, and then well, my buddies used to make fun of me for being a virgin, and well, that, yeah, I mean, my whole story is like, it didn't go away anytime soon. I mean, I finally lost my virginity on a one-night stand, and then I kind of went back to being like a one-time virgin. Like, if that makes any sense, for like another 5 years, or I don't know how, whatever it was. And so, and then every single situation after that for the next like 5 years was just miserable. I mean, like, getting in, well, like the whole process of finding a relationship was just awkward and not ideal. Definitely not ideal. But life itself is just so bad. It's like, okay, The education system doesn't prepare you for what you need to know. The college system, doesn't prepare you for a job. The jobs are shit. It's like I started interviewing all over the place and just realizing really quick, like, the fuck, like, didn't really ever get called back. Maybe, my GPA wasn't good. I don't think I put my GPA on my resume. I think I just passed out my resume to as many places were accepting them and would apply, and then got called back. I remember going on a handful of interviews and just thinking, like, I don't even know why they were calling me back, because I wasn't really the best. I don't know. It was weird. The whole job placement system, it was just terrible experience for me. Like, college was terrible experience for me. Finding a job was a terrible experience for me. Ended up going to work a commission job, sales for a Comcast contractor, going door to door selling TV and internet services. And I was working with a bunch of people who weren't college grads. So I just spent like 5 years and $200,000 on school, which I'm still trying to pay back, to then get a job where I didn't even need a college degree. It was fucking bullshit, because I interviewed at a bunch of places and no one was hiring. So I was like, all right, I guess I'll do this. It's like, it really couldn't be worse. Like, you couldn't design a worse system. Well, so, I don't know. In some ways, they say, oh, it's the school of hard knocks. That's how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to get you to, learn how to think on your feet, learn how to turn on your camera and say something useful, and it doesn't work, folks. Been saying a lot of shit. Nobody cares. Well, the algorithm's broken. Well, so let's see. I could rant and rant and rant, but life... In case that AI ever picks up that this was a note to my kids, 20-minute long note. Sorry, kids. Probably will never take the time to watch it, because I probably wouldn't. If I were... My dad had a bunch of... months and months of recorded video. I probably wouldn't watch it. But if I could, maybe before I die, get the AI to transcribe all my videos and highlight certain things like notes to my kids, then... these are the kinds of things that I would say. Well, for some reason, the idea just popped into my head at that one time I almost died. I think it wasn't my 21st. I think it was my buddy Brian Burns. It was his 21st. And I drank so much. I didn't even think I had drank that much. That was the thing. I didn't even think I drank that much. But for whatever reason, it just hit me really hard. And so I just blacked out. And I think I was having a hard time walking home. Which didn't usually happen. I don't even think I drank that much, so I don't know why. But anyway, somebody called an ambulance. And apparently, I was pretty close to, I was kind of... I don't know if it was my pulse that stopped at one point. I don't really remember what was going on. But apparently I drank a lot. And I was in the hospital. And probably still have some medical bills floating around or something from that. That was a long time ago. So, don't drink too much that you have to go to the hospital. That's really stupid. And if you find yourself drinking too much, or even just any hard drinking, you have to drink a lot of water. That'll help you. But in my experience, drinking water doesn't diminish your buzz so much. It really just prevents all of the bad side effects of dehydration, obviously, but just blacking out. So drink water, a shot of water, cup of water. I did that on my 21st birthday. Had 21 shots. Took a decent. There's this little coffee vat canister dispenser thing of water at this bar that we went to. Took a shot, drank a cup of water. Shot, cup of water. My buddy Goldstein told me to do that. I did it. I was like, all right, seems like a good idea. And I was fine. Wasn't even that... I was buzzing, but I wasn't... Didn't have a problem that night. 21 shots is a lot for most people. Anyway, so that's a good piece of advice. But terms of all this other shit about life and it being a trap and trying hard and investing in yourself, or just like, live it up. Like, well, I mean, you don't want to do hard drugs and just, crash and burn. You got to try and think about your future a little bit. But I basically decided I wanted to be rich and didn't care so much about like socializing. It, kind of just got old and wasn't really my thing. And so spent a lot of time just kind of like hunkering down, learning to write code, trying to think through things. Also, marijuana is kind of tricky. I started smoking when I was like, I don't know, 18 to 20-ish. Here's my quick bit about smoking, just for the record, in case I never have a chance to say this again. It took me a long time to get high. Smoked and smoked and smoked. First, like 6 to 8 times, I remember thinking, like, I'm not sure if I'm high, guys. Because, like, people would be like, I think you'll know. Like, you'll know when you get high. The first time I recognized, this was like 6th or 7th time, that Lee Gazzarelli's apartment in, like, East Lansing, Michigan State. We smoked, and I just got the giggles. I wasn't as high as I, then came to realize what a high was. Like, I wasn't, like, buzzing and kind of, like, stoned. But I was just, like, had the giggles. And so that was kind of like one of the first times where I finally, but it took a long time. So anyway, for people who smoke once and they're like, whatever, sometimes it takes a while for, just like, it's got to break down your defenses or something, but permanently change your brain. Well, then, when I went to ASU, my first year of college, it was really before then too, but like, so I did move to an apartment with Nick before I went to ASU. I think it was only like a year lease, and then we got out of there, and then I went back home with my mom for a bit. That's when I won that poker tournament, made a bunch of money. We were already, I think, planning to go to ASU. Don't really remember the timing of all that, but so I was kind of I think I was already kind of like smoking at that point. Not a ton, but like enough. And then when I went to ASU, I was back out on my own. Had my own place, had a bunch of money, bought a big bong, which broke. I knocked it off the table. It was like a $400 bong. It was like really tall. You can't see my hands, but it was like 2 foot, 2.5 feet or so. Anyway, smoked a lot. Instead of like socializing, I kind of used, weed hit me a lot harder and faster and more reliably than alcohol. I mean, I like drinking, like would, drink too, but I was high like a lot. Well, and that continued on. I then transferred to ASU or Mizzou for my 2nd through 5th year, and pretty much smoked every day. That's where a lot of my money went. Didn't have a lot of money. Probably should have been spending that much on it. I didn't smoke a terrible, I took breaks and that recalibrated my tolerance, like where I could smoke a little bit and get pretty high. But I'd say I definitely smoked through my college experience more than once a day. And that was, didn't go to class much. I barely passed a lot of my classes. I would definitely not suggest doing that. You're spending a lot of money. You should go to the classes and at least get good grades. So you at least can get a good job. I don't think my GPA had much to do with not being able to find a job. I think the job system just sucks, where like most jobs people hire from within or hire friends or like have a system for like where they source their candidates from. Also, Mizzou is like kind of a 3rd tier school, so like wasn't really impressive. And there's just so many college graduates now. Going to college doesn't really mean that much. I would go to college. Recommend people going to college, especially if you think you might want to. If you really don't want to, then don't. Like, it's a lot of money. But maybe at least go to a community college to get like, some of the taste of how it works. I mean, it's pretty much just a big high school, but I joined a fraternity. It's a secret society. It's kind of crazy. Putting that all into perspective now with all this bullshit that's going on. So, there you have it. My quick story. But smoked a lot of weed. Well, okay, so the weed trap makes you think that your ideas are way better than they are. And it's not that they're not good ideas. They actually are good. Cannabis has empowered my brain to come up with all kinds of great ideas. Now, there's two different things here. Number one, I can and do have good ideas when I'm not high. They just don't feel so good. So I don't know if they're actually better ideas when I'm high, or if it's just that it feels so much better. So, and I think it's both. I do think it definitely empowers a flood of creative ideas, and they all feel great, and so it's like a really cool experience where you're just like boom, 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 yeah, like. So I take notes. I've taken probably 100 notebooks full of notes. Got half of them laying around the basement or my office or whatever. Some of them are dated. Not that, I've thought maybe at some point I'll try and like scan them all, have the AI go through them, or have a computer program digitize them so that they can be tagged and dated and organized or whatever. But it's more just a therapeutical thing to, like, number one, help me process as I'm like, well, especially cannabis shortens your short-term memory, and so I forget what I'm even thinking about mid-sentence. I mean, sometimes I'm literally like mid-sentence and be like, wait, I have to go back and reread what I just wrote down, and I just like, wait, what the heck was I just thinking about? It's just completely gone. The spiritual brain interaction that makes like your consciousness, it's a crazy thing. It's like you got eyeballs, you're seeing, you got ears, you're hearing, you got, all this stuff going on. Your spirit is like, it's not just a brain. There's something going on inside your head. And I think there's a spiritual phenomenon. It's like the real life or whatever. It is kind of the essence of life. People have been thinking about this forever. I don't know if we'll ever figure it out. I think the game is sort of designed to be like, it's sort of obvious that we got these eyeballs and there's like something going on in there. But at the same time, nobody can put their finger on it. Like, wait, where is it? Where did it come from? What's it doing? Now, DNA, reproduction. Do your ancestors' spirits, like, help you out in life? Maybe. Hard to say. Okay. That's been 30 minutes of a nice little rant. There's a lot of things that I could say about life. Beware of the traps. Live life as if every day could be your last, because it could. I feel like I'm dying. That's why I just kind of don't try as much, because I literally just feel like I probably will not wake up the next day. And if I wanted to, but I mean, it's a bad thing to do to kind of drop the ball. But well, so quick note on me and my lack of employment, and having to put up with your mom trying to belittle me for that. I mean, it's somewhat expected and deserving, because it has been 10 years without work. The first 5 of which I was changing a lot of diapers, and was much, much, much harder to try and, it would have been much, much, much harder to try and actually have a job, if not even impossible. And so a lot of the initial kind of like, when are you going to get a job? It's like, well, are we going to get a fucking nanny to like, drive the kids to preschool 4 times a day? So first 5 years was just kind of bullshit. But in the last 5 years, Penny was in preschool for 2 years, kindergarten. This is her 4th year, starting the 4th year, where I've had pretty much all day at home by myself. And I worked on a lot of shit. A lot of it was cannabis fueled, and so I'd get kind of distracted and work on all kinds of things. Well, what are some things I worked on? I worked on my little video game. I made that in Unity first. That took a few weeks, and that was literally like all day, every day for 2 weeks. I didn't do anything else. I go through like these spurts of like working so hard that I just completely burn out and can't even imagine doing anything else. And then life just kind of chips away at me. It's like I got all these, every day, got to get the kids up. Got to drag myself out of bed when I probably stayed up too late. It's like, I cannot underestimate or overstate. I can't overestimate. You can't imagine how exhausting it is to have to, for me anyway. I'm not a morning person. And especially if I drink too much, stay up late, whatever. Forcing myself to get up in the morning is sometimes a full hour of just like my brain's like stuttering, like suffocating. Like I can barely keep my eyes open. I can barely think. I gotta yell at the kids to get ready. I gotta like, you know, it's just absolute misery. The problem is like not drinking and going to bed earlier helps minimally. It makes it less intense, but it still kind of like takes a long time, and then got to drink my coffee and whatever. So, you know, it's like not completely just free. Got some level of obligations and driving kids to gymnastics and soccer practices and swim classes and soccer game every weekend and all kinds of shit going on. So it's not like I'm completely doing nothing. And I spend most of my time working on my code. The problem is the code is just so mentally exhausting. And I feel like I've had, well, okay, if my current brain state, my current level of productive capacity without the cannabis is kind of my default, and it's just really slow going and kind of like lack of clarity is the best way to describe, like not sure what to work on, not sure if it's going to work, think about something else to maybe work on, not sure if it's going to work, finally think something might work, think it through more, realize, you know, like how long is this going to take? Is it actually worth working on? Is there something better to work on? And so like this like kind of like lack of clarity, you know, even once I start working on something, it's like, should I go this way or that way? Should I call it this or that? Should I structure it this way or that way? Should the buttons go here or there? Should they be this color or that color? Should it be this layout or that layout? Yesterday, I spent fucking all day trying to figure out Flexbox scroll bars. It's like I finally thought I kind of had a decent understanding of Flexbox. And Flexbox, I don't know, I thought it was a good way to just have easy columns that would stack up. This traditionally was, you know, kind of tricky, and you'd have to use media queries. But with Flexbox, you can just do flex wrap, put a, you know, basis on each box so that it kind of knows when to wrap, and then boom, it just does it automatically, and whatever container you're in, it's just going to work. And you can do that. You can put a different basis for little things and a big basis for full columns, and it just works. And I thought, okay, great. I think I figured this out. Well, I set up my entire fucking app layout with Flexbox, and turns out Flexbox just does some really wonky shit with scroll bars. So maybe this is just something I haven't really explored fully with non-Flexbox, and so maybe it's something similar. But when you change the overflow properties, the entire layout changes, and I never really expected that. I figured like the overflow would just be whether it has a scroll bar or whether it chops it off and just hides it all. But like the layout itself, the height and the width would be exactly the same no matter. Apparently not. Do I really want to try and wrap my head around why? Does it make sense to do it that way? Like, the whole idea of a scroll bar is that you have like a parent element that's smaller, shorter, presumably, than the content inside that scrolls up and down. And so well, I kind of got it working. I'm going to flip over here to the screen for a second and take a look. Now, I don't think I switched over. So in order to try and get this to work, so that so right now the scroll bar, as you can see, goes all the way to the top. What I'm going to try and do is get this menu, and this is what kind of started this whole thing. I want to get this menu as like a hamburger menu button. But the way that I had set this up, and I was looking back at Bob's site over here, the way I'd set this up for Bob's site, which is a little bit more complicated based on it's got this tricky layout where it like, anyway, it remembers the scroll position. If I scroll down here and I click the button and it pops open, I can't scroll now even though it has a scroll bar. I forced a scroll bar on this full screen thing. But then when it closes, it keeps the scroll thing down here. And so like, I forget exactly. Yeah, so when the menu opens, you can see the CSS thing here. Then it hides the body's scroll bar, because otherwise, well, I could leave it, but then the whole body would still be scrollable when the menu's open, and you might not want that. And so I like basically swap the scroll bar over to this thing, and it just works. And I don't know if it's the best thing. Like, it could have, side effects. Haven't really fully tested that. It's kind of where like getting a more robust framework and maybe getting some people to help build it out and test some different layouts is a good idea. But so right now I got this header and I got this side nav and a lot of wrappers to get this done. And I'd like to be able to just take the side nav and go like, I don't know, position absolute left 0, right 0, bottom 0, top 0. So full screen, but then it's, well, it could go fixed, right? Maybe it's just leave the scroll bar. I don't know. Or can I just say body? Is it the body or the head that's scrolling? I'm not actually sure. Overflow hidden. Yeah, that could work. Whoops. Oh my god, oh nice, it brought him back. Whew. Alright, so that actually could work. I have to go take a bio break. I'm going to just leave this running because I guess I'll play some music in case anyone ever... So, I don't know, fixed position, what does that even mean? I believe it's hiding the top of that. Yeah, there's up here. And the header is over the top of it because the nav, where's my side nav? Down here, that's position fixed, goes up underneath it when I do top 0. So one of the problems with doing these layouts is often you have to hard code some sort of fix. Like, you know, you push this down and then you bring the header back and then adjust it just right, and then every time you change your header to be like, oh, well, actually, I kind of want some more padding on this logo. Oh, did I fix the height of the header? No way. Oh, what? Var main header height. Why would I do that? Well, so yeah, I mean, I don't like having to set up shit like this, but maybe that was just the only way. I thought I tried to get away from that, and I thought I figured out how. Where is this? Lou 42, line 15, right here. Let's fix this so it's easier to read. Where else am I using that? The root. Main header height. Okay, that's not a problem, but I thought I was like, you know, hooking into that somewhere else. Let's just do a full find in folder, find in folder, main header height. Just 2 spots in here. So like, why do I have this coded out so stupidly? Number 1, this should be way up there. Whoops. I don't know if I copied this in at a different time. And having this root and this root is a little confusing, but well, so having a fixed height, I think what I was doing is using it as like a padding top for a different container. But I don't like that. What if we just get rid of this? Okay. Now it's automatic height. And now, did it refresh? It didn't. But why isn't it refreshing? Is it, the socket says connected. I think it's, all right. So, well, I just kind of messed the whole thing up. But the idea was, if I wanted this height to be, it should listen to the padding now, right? Logo padding. Yeah. So now the header. Okay. So you want the header to be adjustable in height, right? So that, well, you could either set the header height without having to do, you know, like you set it to a specific height if you really wanted to, or just let it auto grow based on the height of the things. And so without having to use variables or like hack it into place. So that's kind of what I was going for. It makes the most sense is you just have a box, and you know, the box above is called header and the box below is called main, and each one, you know, is kind of auto height. So yesterday I was thinking I'd try and get this main, sorry, not the main, but the root, which is next to the side nav. Get this root box here, which is a column, to basically scroll independently. So rather than the scroll bar being on the, I don't know if it's on the body or I think it's on the body. I was going to try, and I think I figured that out. I have to fix the layout because, or was I able to just do, let's put it here, overflow auto, or hidden? No, this one was hidden. So that changes the height from, no. this one goes overflow auto, does that work? No. Well, I mean, I could put overflow Y scroll here, but I think auto, it's not going to help from my testing yesterday. They'll put a scroll bar on there, but it doesn't actually scroll it because the main one is still scrolling. And the reason is that like the main thing here is just too big. That the overflow hidden is not working. I thought I had it working, but maybe it's because I was also putting height 100. Oh my god, what is going on? Height? What? This thing bugged out. Height 100%. Jesus Christ. Okay, now I think it's working. So now the body is limited to 100% as the HTML is, which is just 100% of the viewport. And then, yeah, so now main, this overflow hidden, takes this main, which, okay, without the overflow hidden, it goes 4,600 pixels tall. It wraps, all the content inside the root here. It grows with the content inside of it, which is normal, right? And then overflow hidden, boom. I mean, I guess usually I use overflow hidden to crop like shit that extends off to the side, and then the scroll bar just disappears. It doesn't actually change the size of anything. But yeah, somehow these two interact with each other. Yeah, so overflow hidden here, I guess, yeah, that does just chop it off. It's not, doesn't have a height, it's a flex basis of 100%, but that doesn't limit it. I'm not actually sure. Well, so this one doesn't have 100% either. It's this one that is what causes this to work, which is kind of crazy. The body height 100%. Instead of putting the scroll bar, so maybe it's trying to like, if the parent has scroll, then the inner one doesn't set up the scrolling. Limiting the height on the body then forces this one to scroll. So I think it has to do with the overflow logic, and I haven't messed with this enough. I don't really want to, but it's not clear to me what it's doing. And this is, I mean, you couldn't epitomize the problem with the web more clearly. Is it's like, it's not even worth trying to figure out what it's doing, because I may never figure it out clearly. It might take a long time, and a lot of times the spec is nuanced. A lot of times when you get into the weeds like this, each browser handles it a little differently, and you have bugs and whatever. I would say these kind of weird edge cases where you're combining flex and kind of specific heights, like the more specific it gets, the more the layout engine is likely to just, you're going to find some weird edge case that's not going to be consistent or going to get confusing or whatever. So, and then you can spend all day trying to test things and still not really figure out like, wait, what? Why is this happening this way? And okay, so, but this was one solution. So the idea here was that rather than have this thing go fixed, which I believe, yeah, I was testing a new layout. Let's duplicate this and then set up this thing back to position fixed, and I think, wasn't it cover? Object fit cover? Maybe object fit cover? Wasn't there some, isn't there a shorthand for top, left, bottom, and 0? Inset 0. Inset 0. Boom. Okay, so I don't know if that's widely supported, but for right now, if it works, it works. And we're losing our first nav item under the header, but we'll ignore that for a second. Okay, the problem here, even if I put this side nav on top to cover it, is that the whole thing still scrolls. And so I could do something like I did on the other site, and I could body overflow hidden, but then it gets rid of the side or the scroll bar. So then I could do side nav overflow y scroll and force the scroll bar. So it's underneath the header, but I'd have to fix that anyway. The idea there is that then we kind of maintain the scroll position, I think. Seemed to work on the other one. That's a little risky. It's like when we turn overflow, when we switch overflow to hidden, does it still remember the scroll position? It seems to in Chrome, but it might not in other browsers. I don't know if it's that actually, it's like if you open the menu and you lose your scroll position, you have to scroll back. Could be a little annoying. Well, so what alternative is there? In order to so like, yeah, if this one doesn't have hidden, then you're going to have double scroll bars. How could you... I don't think you can cover that scroll bar with... like, right -10 pixels. Oh, it actually does hide it underneath z-index. Doesn't put it on top. I don't know. Not sure. Does the z-index need position relative on all the parents or something? I don't remember. Z-indexes are fucking annoying because of that. So God, the web layout engine is just such a pain in the ass. Like, collectively, humans are wasting decades per day. Like like, there's so many hours spent fighting with layouts. It's such a stupid system. It's so complicated. Just getting simple things to go to the right spot. Now, I mean, it's all responsive, so it is kind of a tricky battle, but... Alright, so I just nixed all of that. Now, alright, I guess maybe... Let me see, this one had a menu, right? When we close this thing... Alright, there's the thing. Then we scroll midway and we open... How does it do that? How does it put it on top of the other one? Well, I think it's independently scrolling this one, and when we open it, this one just goes on top, right? Some sort of z-index. Position fixed, z-index 10. Maybe it's not so hard. But maybe it's also because the scroll bar for the underlying one, the one that it's covering, is not the body. Because covering that one could be a bit trickier. I don't know, is that the right way to go? To have, to just cover the other scroll bar? That does mean that it doesn't, it doesn't scroll the underlying one. It is kind of what I'm looking for. Then we don't have to switch. Well, there isn't anything on the body. I think this just allows... What is the body here? Does it have any kind of... Body has 0 height because all these are fixed. That's kind of a weird thing with this one. Not that it really matters, but I was kind of trying to get the body to be the actual full height. I don't know if like other feature, like Firefox has the screenshot feature, which is pretty cool. I don't know if that takes, like depends on the size of the body, but I just feel like the body should be like the document size, which would be responsive and relative to the width of the thing, but like, yeah, like this size, the viewport, the body, shouldn't the body just always equal the viewport? So, or not, sorry, not the viewport, but like viewport width, but then content height, where this one's not. This is the viewport, not the content height. But, my general feeling is like the body should wrap all the way down underneath the end of the content, and so no matter, like, while also being a min height of 100. So it's minimum, your screen size, and then otherwise just wraps the content. That's what made the most logical sense to me of like representing the actual content of the page. It's sort of like if it was an image, this is how big the image should be. I don't know. I don't know if I can fit all these ideals into one. So let me think about it for a second. If I set body to 100%, so right now the min height thing is kicking in. Yeah, body has min height 100%. Without it, then we lose that kind of filling. Well, all right, so now I'm on a side note, or somewhat similar note, I'm remembering there was something really weird with this sidebar. Apparently a flex columns are going to act really weird with overflow. So I was looking at, in fact, this one, and the whole sidebar thing is independently scrollable, which isn't, always necessary, but it might be. If you had a long navigation or just wanted to dump a bunch of shit in there, I think having a independently scrollable side nav is useful. So this kind of thing as a default, that would be, and it could be auto, so it just disappears when it's not necessary. But okay, so let me, well, all right, I do have the 100% set up here. I have this sidebar set up here. But then I was getting some weird shit here when so I went in the directory and edit as HTML. I'm going to copy and paste everything in there. Copy, paste, paste, paste. That's 3. I think I needed 4 of them to fill the thing. And yeah, it goes off the screen. So now we go to the side nav and we say overflow. Overflow Y scroll should just put a scroll bar on there without affecting the width, right? Overflow Y scroll changes the width of the column and puts a horizontal scroll bar on there, which is just fucking stupid. And so this is like, I just lost it at this point. I was like, really? Like, what the actual fuck? Why would an overflow Y vertically? Well, like, what does overflow X scroll do? Both ways. Well, and so like, I don't know, I don't know if the flex basis for 300 pixels, boom. Okay, so that gets rid of it. And so I could do something like that, and maybe that's the best. But like, I don't know, I was thinking about how to how come flex 235 makes a width of 194? I think it has to do with the flex grow algorithm, and that this one is I don't think this should be flex 1 on 100%. What if I set this to 0%? Now is this 235? Okay, so that's, yeah, I don't know why I was doing 100%. I just, maybe the 0 is better, which I think that's just like flex 1, but maybe this is more specific. All right, let's change this because it doesn't seem to matter. And I think that might be better. Root, I think the 100% is better for, oh, I just removed all my changes. Well, so one of the things I was thinking about is with this weird width thing is like if I start trying to fix the size, I mean, I don't really want to fix it. If I do flex basis 250 pixels and then let's edit this to be let's edit it to be one long word so it doesn't wrap. Boom. Okay, so it still can grow, which could be either good or bad. These are all these questions where it's like, you know, you could truncate it and do some sort of ... and fade it out or hide it or limit it or whatever. Fix the width, but you know, having a draggable handle on there, it's like if you try and drag that handle and it doesn't listen, you know, if you're dragging and you're changing this value and it just doesn't listen to you, then it doesn't go below that point, which I don't know, maybe that's not terrible, but like that just, well, it would suck if you're like, well, I want this name to be long, I just don't want it to take up so much space, and you just couldn't fix the layout because the fucking name is so long. Well, super edge case. Should I let that slow me down? This is how life goes, man. I just like to tackle these problems, you know, when they arise and not kick the can all the time, but let's refresh, start over, and try and think this through again. My idea was trying to keep the body to be the full height. Which means I really can't put the scroll bar, or wouldn't want to put the, if I try and put the scroll bar on this root or main or whatever on one of these small inner containers, then the body would have to be smaller for it to actually scroll, right? Yeah, I think so. So how could I handle the full width modal or full size modal with the scroll bar? I could fake the scroll bar. I just don't think I can get it to go on top. I mean, I do think the scroll bar is on the body. And I don't think, well, let's play around with some Z indexing. I already tried putting it at 999, but let's try again. Position fixed. I don't know if I want to cover the main scroll bar. It's just kind of wonky. Inset 0. Z index 99999. Let's go to the body. Here, can we do? So it's limiting the size on this. Well, so yeah, it was the right negative 15 pixels or whatever. Right? Doesn't that work? Yeah. Just make the background like green for now so we can see if we get our side nav to go over the top. Let's make this position relative. Let's also maybe put a Z index on here of whatever. Let's do the same here. Position relative Z index You just want to boost this thing as high as it possibly can be. And then, I guess position relative even. I don't even know what that does. Maybe it fucks up the layout model, but Z index negative 999 doesn't seem to help. The body is all the way at the bottom. Everything else is all the way at the top. Doesn't help anything. So, that's computer, I guess. Can you get a child element to stack above a parent element? So it's saying I can't do this. That messes it up. Doesn't seem to help. But it might be on top of its parent, it's just not on top of the body. I'm trying to get a deeply nested modal to cover the body's scroll bar. Yeah, it is position fixed, right? Yep. Yeah, I did that. Handle the body scroll bar. To make it look like the model takes over the page, you need to prevent the underlying content from being scrolled while the model is open. All right. Computer saying I should toggle the scrolling on the body, which is not really what I want, but I guess that's acceptable. So let's start from scratch so I get a better grasp of what I'm even doing here. Position fixed. I should probably start coding this just so that I don't have to retype this out every time, but I'm still not 100% sure how it's going to work. Basically saying do this overflow hidden, gets rid of it. Okay, so it does remember the scroll position. The header is currently attached to that body scroll, which is, you know, whatever. I don't know, I'm trying to think if I want to try and put the overflow, oh my god, why scroll? So that then when I hide this one, the idea there is that the scroll bar just wouldn't disappear and reappear. The problem is that, or at least the thing is that All right, so the reason with this one that I added it is so that this button stays in the same spot because it's like relative to the window. And so if the scroll bar disappeared without this on this one, then every time you'd open, I mean, I could fix that just with a little bit of extra padding or something, but it just seemed to be a quick, easy way to maintain. And also, in the rare case that you, so if you fixed it, if you hacked it back into position and then you had a really long nav, which you probably wouldn't, but if you did and it had a scroll bar, then it would be, you'd have another problem to fix. So, I don't know why these look, why isn't this one centered properly? It's a little too far to the right. It's got some margin on there. All the little things. Okay, so yeah, maybe the scroll bar is not a bad idea just to keep the layout consistent. And also I could do the whole scroll bar styling, which I thought I had done, but maybe that was only on a different page. No, apparently not. Which page was that on? Was it on this test? So it's a new layout. Yeah, so the scroll bar color can go on the HTML, and then the scroll bar width needs to go on the actual thing. HTML. And then, all right, so I need to do a whole menu system, open, close, blah, blah, blah. Let me just take some notes on this because what do I have here? Like, oh, whoops. Open menu, menu open. You have this break class that seems to work pretty well, but menu open. So it's like using, well, and what was the one case that I found with this thing where it broke? It was, yes, when you open the menu and then make the browser too wide. So why does that happen? It's because I was hiding the hamburger. It's not the hamburger, it's the X. But I hide both of them. Yeah, this little bit of CSS here is kind of so the X and the hamburger both have display none by default, but it should be menu open. Well, no, it's not just menu open, it's God damn it. What does this mean? Yeah, so if we're on mobile, this break class basically means mobile or like below 1,000 pixels, and the menu's not open. When the menu's open, then we don't want it to show. And this one, if the menu's open and we're at mobile. But it should be more like just when the menu's open, then the X should show. Can I even fix this real quick? Let's see. RDB. I haven't made any changes to this in such a long time. Style 79. Look how nicely this is all. Wait, what? Is this not the right site? What fucking file is this? What's going on here? Is it possible that I refactored all this and didn't update that site yet? I think that's definitely the case. Okay, so, well, what is the corresponding code? It was this bit here. It was line 79, but it's the break menu open. Okay, let's just find that. I would guess it's base maybe? Oh, where's the whole, or RDB? I don't know why I split this up so much. Break. Menu open header. Break. Menu open top nav menu. Oh my god. It's so crazy. Ah, here they are. Alright, I think I fixed it. Now when the menu's open. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, so where was I? I could try and look at the code for that one. Don't really remember where it was. Here's the home page. I've since changed some of this stuff. Here is sort of the app. I've kind of reconfigured where I put a bunch of these things since I was doing this earlier this year. Where's the header here? So on click, whenever we click the button, whether it's open or close, we just toggle the menu open, and then the CSS does the rest. I think that's actually a good way to do it rather than like using JavaScript to show and hide, because that can just get this, make it more complicated. Well, maybe that's all we need. That's a pretty simple way to open and close the menu, right? Alright, so, well, let's find, I thought I had a tab for Google Fonts. Oh my god. Let's just close a bunch of these. With all this shit. Where was the Google Fonts? Alright, let's just do this one. Google Fonts. Alright, we want the icons guess that's fine. It's just called menu. Let's see. Header, logo, breadcrumbs, and then button. I'll make this a wrapper. And then we have the icon imported here. Yes. Menu. There it is. And we need this to be, these are all three going to be on the same line here. How do we push this one over? Kind of think maybe we need to wrap the left and the right, but maybe we just use, oops, buttons. Let's come over here to this one. This would be, what is that logo bar even used for? I don't know. I think that was old, maybe? Huh. Anyway, this is header, and class of header, not a good idea for the main header, right? I should make it better than that, but header, buttons, this will at least work for now. Margin, left, auto. I think that'll work. Boom. I don't know if I need to wrap this in a box. These friggin' icon blocks are kind of annoying, but let's see. Padding 1M is too much. Guess that's alright. But oops. Oops. Alright, and then we probably put the click handler on this thing. Give not even part of the framework, is it? I really need to clean all this shit up, but I don't really have the stomach for that right now. Where was I? Where was my little, where was I just, oh, right here. Side nav. Whoa. I think we want menu, open, side nav, position fixed, and set 0. Let's try that. Boom. Okay. So am I gonna leave the scroll bar on the whole thing? So to get the fixed header, one way to do that is to get the scroll bar onto the inner thing, and then the body just becomes not full height. It is a little bit of a deviation from what I was just saying about having the body be full height, but it is probably a good way to do that. I don't see another way around. I don't really like the scroll bar being up next to the header there. I just think that looks kind of off. How did they do it? Yep, they have independent scrolling. Okay, so I think that's an acceptable loss. To do that, we go from min height to just height 100 on the body. Then we have to do that pretty much all the way through, and we can probably get rid of the flex on most of these, especially this one. Let's get rid of display flex, and this thing, let's also get rid of it on the body. Display flex, right? Yeah, forget that. Much cleaner already. And then this one needs to be height. Whoops. Can we add a frame property height 100%? Boom. Right? Okay, we chop that one down, and now this actually might need to be flex, because we need this one to fill. Alright, let's put this back on. Display flex, flex, flex. Okay. So to get this one to scroll, well, it's not this one to scroll. We want this one to be overflow hidden. And then we want this one to be overflow auto. And then also scroll bar width thin. Make it nice and small. Alright. I think that looks good. I feel like putting some padding around that could be not super hard to oh yeah, so like that max width kicks in, but we kind of pad that out just a touch, kind of like this, just to give it, or even, I don't know, should it be lined up with that, and then maybe bring it down a little bit. Could we put a margin top on here just to see what yeah, that's interesting, right? It's a little like, oh, but then the content gets cut off right there. But I guess, you know, no, I don't like that. I mean, having the sidebar, or sorry, the scroll bar all the way to the edge there is a little just, I don't know, I don't like it. It doesn't line up with the button. I guess that's how it works. Could definitely make it way less noticeable, right? I put the transparency at 0.2. It's cutting this off, but I think this is what it's actually using, isn't it? Yeah. Could even put this down to like 0.05. And then it's there, but barely. You don't even really need it. It's got this hover thing when, I mean, you could just even do 0, right? Boom. Just completely hide it, unless you, so now it's not hoverable now. Oh, it is. It's just that's weird. The hover state is also just gone. I don't actually mind it. It's a little different, but I mean, you can swipe it on mobile, and most people don't use it. But I think getting rid of it completely is kind of not the right idea. But the max width on this doesn't work. I mean, I think it should be. We're gonna probably need an extra container to keep the scroll bar all the way to the side. I mean, I do think grabbing it is, like, seeing it enough where you can grab it is sometimes, I actually do grab it sometimes and drag it around, so I don't think getting rid of it's the right idea. Definitely don't think having it all the way to the top of the page is the right idea. Although, looks like they do it over here. Yeah, they have it here, unstyled. Kind of interesting, because they do a custom inner scroll bar here, which is kind of wild. Not actually sure what they're doing, but this one, it goes all the way to the top. Maybe it's not a problem. Just leave it as default. All the way to the top. It kind of just is, yeah, I guess most people aren't styling them. Why is that overwritten? That's crazy. How did they override my override? That's not fully implemented. Well, that's kind of a bummer. I don't like the big thick scroll bar. I kind of like these little ones, but I don't know, the fact that they're just so close to the edge, and don't really like the arrow buttons on top. I wish those would just disappear. I don't think I've ever really clicked on those. Do they even work? Oh, it does work. I definitely don't click the arrows. They're kind of even too small to click. Well, maybe not worth all the headache. Do we want to switch the scroll bar in here? This needs to be user select none. Buttons, icon. It should probably just be for all the button icons, but maybe not. User select none. So then when you're clicking on it, you can't accidentally select the text. So, alright, well, so this is back to normal. Why is this freaking blue outline on there? That's crazy. What is going on there? Refresh. Close the dev tools. Oh, it goes away. When I open it, it comes back. What is this dotted line? What the fuck? Alright, let's duplicate. Open dev tools, and it comes back. What the actual heck? Oh, haha. I didn't know that was a thing. That's kind of interesting. You can turn on little layout guides. I like it, but I don't really understand it. That's weird. Like, disappears while scrolling and then adds it back. Anyway, that was confusing. Okay, turn it off here too. Alright, so I don't know, this is actually, it's not terrible. Like, once you get here, it's a little weird, like in this first bit where it's, you got a hard corner to this header, goes all the way up. Maybe turn off that bit here, put it back to default. It's actually not even, it kind of almost looks better that way. Maybe leaving it there is fine, but what do I do when I open the menu? Definitely need to like pin the header or put the header in. The header is separate from the side nav. Separate element. I could try and combine them. This is where it's a fundamentally different layout than the other one because the side nav sort of needs to be in its own row with the main next to the main content. Let's see. Does that jump? It looks like it. No, the width should be the same. It's just, yeah, it does shift over. It's just you can't see it. Because this gets removed from the flow, so the page content would kind of shift a little bit. Not sure if the browser is going to spend time rendering it because it's hidden. Holy fuck, it's almost lunchtime. Not that I eat lunch these days, but... Alright, what are we doing here? Should we set forget the scroll bar color for now. What do we do about the header? We definitely want the header, right? It's got the home page button. We're still kind of on this page. I think that should be there. We're going to change the contextual sidebar. By the way, this is going to be more like, really small. Well, probably shouldn't get that small, actually. Might need to blow that back up. And now we have a side scroll because the page content underneath is refusing to get small enough. What is it? Oh, it's these I prevented wrapping on inline elements, which is now causing a layout problem, which probably wouldn't be a big deal. Oh, I can hide my side nav. I guess it is a big deal. Definitely don't want that. Fuck. If I can't go below, like down to 300 pixels. This whole like no wrap thing that I put on here. Wait, what? Code? Oh, here. White space, no wrap. Is there another option that's break spaces, normal, no wrap, pre-line, pre-wrap? What I sort of want is like no wrap unless you have to, like to not force the scroll bar, like doing overflow hidden below, like that point. Wait, what? Why is this one wrapping? Isn't that the one that I just... Oh, because I just turned it off. I didn't actually. It just sort of disappeared when I didn't put it back on. Anyway, well, let's refresh real quick just to see what that looks like. Scroll back down. There's the whole thing there. Yeah, so below 300 pixels, it's really 400 pixels at this point. We don't really want to wrap it, but we don't really want to... Maybe I do some sort of container query or whatever, and below a certain point, then it has to wrap, because otherwise it has to get chopped off. You either have to hide it, or you're gonna have definitely don't want a horizontal scroll bar. In fact, I think generally you want overflow X hidden, just to never, even if something fails to wrap or like shrink, you just never want a janky side scroll like I do now. What is now the problem? Is it still this one? Overflow X hidden. Doesn't seem to be the problem, but it's also not hiding it. Is there something else that's the problem? Oh wait, no, I did fix it. Okay. Scroll bar, no scroll bar, and it's only a few pixels. And so does it actually? So here it's, you know, this gets cut off, but I mean this is so small. Like, does anyone have a 200 pixel screen? At that point, it should probably shrink the font size down way smaller. You could view this on a watch or something. Do some coding on a watch. All right. What are we doing here, folks? Fucking run around, man. This is so stupid. Such a waste of time. I'm never gonna finish this fucking thing. Okay, so got a header problem to deal with. Oh yes, and what do we do down here? Well, so already I was thinking I need that side nav to just disappear. Well, like, alright, so this menu thing, actually, yeah, we need to do, should we use a container query or something? I guess that media query for the thing up here is fine. Should I use JavaScript to add like a class rather than have to write media queries? That's what I was doing, and it's kind of not a bad idea. Don't know exactly. 1,000 pixels, the side nav disappears. I mean, it's fine all the way down. I mean, it's very responsive. We don't have like giant content. I think each page maybe defines its own. Well, even if there's 2 columns in here, as long as it can wrap itself and respond itself properly. Is it better to have 2 column content and hide the side nav, or keep the side nav and wrap the 2 column content into 1 column? And shouldn't this be a sticky header and side nav? In which case, the easiest way to do that is just to get this area to scroll instead of this area, right? And I do kind of like getting rid of all the flex bullshit, because it's just kind of wonky and not, well, at least I could do it on a couple of these things. I don't know, man. Should the body be full size, or should we scroll the inner area? Scrolling the inner area gets us the sticky sidebars without having to actually use fixed or sticky, which is going to be, I don't know, this sidebar column doesn't need to wrap or stack up or anything, does it? It just goes full modal. Lost my train of thought. I do have some more coffee up there. I'm gonna go pour the last bit. Alright. God damn it, man. Why is this so hard? Well, there's a million factors, and I'm trying to think it through before I actually do it, because just doing it doesn't really get me anywhere. Fuck. Alright. If I don't... Do I need or want a sticky header? I could make it just fixed. If you make it a fixed header, comes out of the flow, then you have to pad it properly, and then you need like a variable. That's kind of what I was trying to do with this flex thing, is like not have to fix the header using a variable, which isn't the end of the world. It's just kind of a little bit trickier workflow. So I guess let's think this through again. If we can take the flex off of here, and then height 100. Should I just do this? No, let's test it first, because I might change my mind. I think we were going to keep the flex on here, but we can take this flex property. No, that one still needs to be there, because we want... Wait, do we need the... Yeah, the main, even though it's going to start scrolling and whatever, it still needs to be adaptive. It's like a fill height. And I think that's where the flex on this wrapper needs to be. And so, well, that's going to add overflow. Overflow hit. Jesus fucking Christ. Overflow hidden. And is it this one that needs to be height 100%, I think? Is it not yet? It's not yet. Height 100%. Alright, there we go. Scroll bar on the inner thingy. Gonna have to be fixed, but okay, so if we get this working, I think I can copy all those over, and then now it's a fixed header, which isn't necessarily always what you want, but in this case I think the layout is a little bit better, and should be able to put a footer on there. Let's test that. Where do I render this thing? It's this DX method here where I render the header here, main here. Okay, way too big, but why isn't it like this one? Logo image, height 1.6M. Class logo and logo image. Just like the header. Where's the header? Header. Logo. Let's just copy this. Footer. Logo. Boom. Alright. So, now if we go to this one, the footer sticks to the bottom quite nicely, and when you have enough content, it will also be at the bottom. Now you might want the what if you wanted the footer to be here and kind of stick? How would that work? Well, actually, if I copy over some of those things I just did, it might actually do it automatically. So this was height 100%. Let's just do this. Let's just fucking hack this shit in. I can always try and fix it later. Body. Where's... I think it's in the framework. I have that min height thing. Body height 100%. So this is a fundamental change of the body height, but I guess we're going with it. This one is going... Oh yeah, we can get rid of display flex on the body. Don't think I like that. Then the DX thingy was... I'm going to ignore that for now. This also needs to be height 100. Height 100%. Then I think really it's just main is overflow hidden, and then boom, and then we need root as overflow auto. No, I think we're gonna have to wrap this differently. I have to put the content in a wrapper. Well, the squeeze wrapper here needs to be. Forget it, fly. Gotcha, bitch. Okay, so do we want a sticky footer? Or is that actually not what we want? It's kind of cool, but now we have a sticky header and footer, and then on mobile, like, that's too much, right? Obviously that collapses, and then but yeah, it's probably too much. I could hide it or just put it at the bottom inside the content area. I think you might want it either way. So let's try a main header. That's this one here, main side nav, and then where does the root gets created? I think the root gets created in a different class, which was really confusing. I should change that. It's in the core framework, core app initialize root body root. So we just create it without putting it anywhere. It's the inject that does the magic, and that appends it to the main. But what we really want is, yeah, we don't need to do this here actually. We could put it down in this bit here where we create this thing, but what we need is main.append this.root basically. We want the root here, and then we could do another footer inside the thing down. Really? Oh, there it is. It's over here. It needs to be inside the root. Well, so that's more like a side nav. In fact, I should probably put one of those in there. Why don't we just do this right? Well, just call properties, and then we're just going to use the side nav for it as a right property layout, and then the footer would probably go inside the root, but then it's not really the root anymore. Maybe this is where should do properties. I mean, generally properties are independent panels. Yeah, so like this would scroll with the content, although you might want that at some point. How do we get this in the root here? Well, what I'm thinking is we actually have a main dot, just call it a root wrap, equals, this is really confusing. I should redo this, but well, we really just want to append this dot root, and then we could just do this dot footer. I think that would work. Ah! Why not? Because the root wrap is has the root. But why did the footer not go inside? Doesn't get captured properly in that case? Did I not return it? No, I didn't return it. Alright, now it goes in there properly. However, the root, old root, which has flex 110, flex 110, boom. And then that footer over there is going to go, and this one let's just do it, alright? I guess. Fuck. Where is all this root? Root. Do we want a root that's... No, we don't want it to automatically squeeze. I think the squeeze part just needs to be inside the root. I think this actually wants to still be overflow auto. I don't know about flex. Let's just try root wrap, and then flex 110, and see where that gets us. But we're not scrolling yet because it's crazy that overflow hidden changes the height of things. It could be this one that we do that on. Let's try that. The root wrap overflow hidden. No, it doesn't work. Why not? It's still full height. The grow is in the horizontal direction. I kind of don't know why. Maybe the overflow with the flex being, so this one is growing in the vertical direction. Maybe that's why the overflow crops it down like that. But it seems like a really, like, who even knows if that works on other browsers. Well, I guess we'll keep that for now. But we need this one's still overflow auto. This one should be scrolling by now. I think it's maybe this one needs to be height 100%. I think it is actually. Overflow hidden. Is that the problem? No. Overflow auto. Aha! this one not need it then? No, probably not. Alright. And then... So now we have a root wrap that scrolls, and then the root itself is squeezed, which I think is fine actually, because I mean it's sort of like an unnecessary extra container, but it kind of just mimics the same. It could be the same layout, or you could put a class on it, and then it doesn't affect this. It's really just for the scroll bar, I think. It's crazy, but look, I got an extra footer down there. Now that is the holy fucking grail layout right there, baby. Header, left sidebar, right sidebar times 2, footer times 2. Let's go. Holy shite, man. That is wild. Well, I would like to document some of these things, like in a way where you can see just simple pages. You know, so I often will do these like really rugged looking, just to make shit different colors in order to see what's going on. Like you can kind of see there's some green anyway. It's kind of what I was just thinking is like just super minimal examples where it's could even just be static HTML and CSS, just to kind of document, even for myself, like all this shit that I'm figuring out, because tomorrow I'm gonna completely forget. Oh man, my footer is not working properly because, well, for one, this isn't squeezing. Where's the squeeze, bro? Root does not have squeeze on the squeeze page? Why not? Pad. Root. Huh. Did I not have a squeeze on here earlier? I could have sworn that it was less than full height. Or maybe it was just this when it shrinks. Then it is less than full height. Okay. But I don't have the squeeze, and I probably should. On the fucking page, it says it's a squeeze page. What is this? Test/test? Squeeze. Alright. Now that should squeeze nicely. Except, it also should be min height 100. I don't know if that's going to work. It probably won't, because min height works on the height property. So you need... Oh no, it doesn't work. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why not? This one is... Yeah, that sucks, man. When layout just... It's like min height should just do a fucking minimum height of 100%. Like, it shouldn't be so complicated. Like, oh, well, in this case, that property doesn't work. Good luck figuring out why. I think in this case... So main is flex. And that's in order to get the columns, which is right. Now, I think root wrap needs to be display flex. And then flex direction column. Wait, what? How many flex it does? 110. Why is this like this? What the fuck? I'm so confused right now. The root wrap has one child, which is the root, that has flex 1, 1. There's something really weird going on here. Alright, the root wrap grows to fill its container properly, but what the fuck is going on with the root here? The margin is huge. Is it the max width that's the problem? No. Is it the margin 0 auto? What? Why would that shrink it down so much? That is crazy. What the actual fuck? What the actual fuck? Alright, so the root wrap is part of the problem here. I guess you just can't have this margin 0 auto on here. Like, I really, it's, well, I guess maybe it's just trying to shrink it. If we take the shrink off of this thing, but isn't that in the, that's in the other direction that this is applying to, because its parent is flex direction column. So I don't think that's the problem. And then, yeah, I mean, the margin 0 auto, it's to center it. I guess there's other ways to center it, but then we still want the max width on there. Okay, that's weird. I thought the scroll bar was on the root wrap. Overflow auto, why would that cause a vertical scroll bar here? Weird. Oh, not that one. Well, we could take the scroll off of the root in order to then add it here. Overflow auto. Should probably do Y auto X hide. But isn't that weird, having the scroll bar there and chopping off the footer there? Yeah. And we don't have any scroll on this now? Oh Lord, what have I done? Breathe. Breathe. I'm going to pull through and figure this out at some point in the next few years. There might be $1 for me to make at some point in my life. Let's refresh. We got no scrolling. I think the root wrap is the way. I kind of think this is pulling away from me, and now I'm getting so deep into this extra wrapper. Like, I don't want extra wrappers. I want fewer wrappers. It just makes it way more complicated. But in order to put all these extra sidebars in there, that's kind of what you need. So I'm just trying to think it through, like, if you wanted to add extra shit, I mean, I should be able to get these working. It shouldn't be that fucking hard. Because whether I wanted to do it at the global level with these sidebars around here, or make little, like, widgets that have, like, side panels or whatever, you know, same kind of thing. Alright, so this, let's go back here, refresh. Let's pull this out so we can figure out the scroll bar. We need the root wrap to overflow auto, right? Okay, whoops. Overflow auto, if I could only type. Let's add that to the CSS. One little thing at a time. I will try and clean this up at some point. How does that work for this one? Okay. Now, what was I gonna, to get this thing to grow properly, to get that extra footer to stick to the bottom, it's sort of like a Holy Grail layout inside of a Holy Grail layout, kind of. But anyway, but then the root wrap would have to be, maybe doing this part is not ideal right now. And maybe it would be something that you put onto the root. Instead of putting the footer here, then the root, well, so the root min height 100 is just not going to work. I tried that. That was the thing I was going for. The root is like auto height. The root wrap fills, has the proper height, but you can't transfer it to this element, inner element, without fucking it up. Oh man. So this is squeezed now, and it does at some point extend below the page. Several points anyway. It's a pretty cool little workspace though. There's a lot of potential for putting all kinds of menus and properties and whatnot. Okay, focus. What do we want to do? Maybe we forget about that for a minute. Do I want to keep this whole root wrap thing? I gotta really rename these and probably give them all IDs if they're like more app level things. But yeah, I mean, I could also use the convention where an ID is a property, you know, it's like there should be only one of them, and that means you could reference it as a property of the app. So like app.dx, isn't that what I did? I think I called it $dx. Yeah. Isn't really that big a deal, because then, well, I don't actually have a dx function. I could have called it .dx. But I mean, I should probably rename that. It was going to be like a developer kind of tooling wrapper for all this extra stuff that could just show and hide. Boom, boom, boom. You know, I'd have to hide all of them, but potentially you'd be able to just hide all the wrappers and just get the root sort of at full width, full height. And so if you wanted to do some practice, like, well, if you want to create some full screen layout just like this one, you can put it inside this root, and you know, let's hide these, and then if we like hide this one, and then hide this one, and then hide this one. Is this inside the root? No, it's not. And then hide this one. Then boom. Whoops. Then the root is it's not growing. The root wrap is properly growing. The main is properly growing. I could try and figure that out, but the idea would be that you could just use that hotkey to show and hide the kind of admin panels. I mean, it's sort of borrowing from Figma. Figma has like a same hotkey, Control /. And so you just get into like this full screen mode, and so then you could create like a full screen layout and not have to have all this extra bullshit to test it and to see how it looks and to kind of just get the feel and whatnot. So let's refresh. I might try and play with that later, but I think right now what I want to do is, well, this is going to be on every single page, right? It's kind of cool though. I actually don't really mind it. It's a little wild, but I mean, I could live with it. It's just kind of in the way right now. Having the double footer is obviously not necessary. I mean, I kind of think maybe this one, or like the rootmost one, could be more of like a status bar, just like kind of quick links or notifications or like hover messages or I don't know, shit like that. And then this should the inner one be more of like the navigational footer where you have kind of logo and lists of links and stuff. Well, so the thing is like this property editor layout is more for like an app, not really like a homepage. So this is where I've been kind of conflicted, where it's like, do I want the nav and header and footer, and especially like a sticky footer? Definitely like an app style thing. Most homepages, I don't know if I've seen in a long time if ever. So this one doesn't even have a sticky header. I think sticky headers are pretty common, and I kind of like it. It gives like a I don't know, context. It does take up some space, but all right. Focus. Should I get rid of all my extra sidebars? Maybe. I mean, shouldn't it just be like an optional thing where if you wanted to add a sidebar? Well, let's test that real quick. On the test page, test page, root. So this doesn't actually render yet, so this should all be pretty straightforward. Let's say, well, so now I've fucked up all my styles. The root wrap is kind of a fundamental piece. Like, if it's going to be there, it kind of has to stay there, right? Like, you can't just wrap shit and have all the styles work the same way. I mean, okay, so the root, in an ideal sense, should kind of mimic like the body. What the body should do is like be min height 100, the minimum fill the whole screen, and then also grow, to fit whatever is put in it. Now, I don't know if I can do that. Well, and also have no layout of its own. Like, it shouldn't be flex, or it can have flex grow properties to properly fill if it needs, but it shouldn't have any like flex of its own. It should be pretty much just like a layoutless thing that you can add classes to give it. It could be a container and could have a scroll property to it potentially, but no, it shouldn't like affect your layout. So whatever you want to build on your page, you can do it. So that's a lot of fucking wrappers. I just added another one, the root wrap. Side nav. I mean, I think this should be renamed, like, I actually kind of think this should be named root just because it is the fucking root and it makes most sense being the root. But then what would be like the document or the workspace or the page? Could be the page, ID page. Maybe it shouldn't be ID page, so that, because I've often had multiple pages. Or workspace. It's kind of like, Or root. I mean, it's not really the root, but it's kind of like acts like the root. But then, is this whole wrapper business gonna be like a a tooling like optional UI that, or like a, you know, when you log in, it adds this extra layer to everything. Or if you're authenticated, then you can turn it on, sort of like a WordPress backend or something. I mean, there's a lot of different ways these panels and headers and sidebars and footers could come to use. But on the home page, on a, you know, I mean, the sticky header and the sidebar should be, you know, I was trying to get those to work properly. And I actually, in that case, probably don't want sticky footer. I think maybe the footer should be part of the scroll thing. If we delete this one, then it kind of works, you know, and then I could just get rid of these. All right, yeah, footer down there. So on most pages, you have sticky nav and header, and then when you get to the bottom, you have the footer, and that could be responsive so that when the side nav hides, I wish there was like a checkbox so you could just display none real quick. But yeah, I mean, on mobile, I see that working, you know, just fine, so that you have a footer. Okay, I like that idea. So then we probably don't need all this extra business, although maybe I should kind of build it in and think about it, because I might want to bring it back. Alright, well, let's try and hide these side nav thingies. Extra properties panel, and so the inner footer is actually the right one. It's this footer that I didn't want. Okay. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I had a lot of extra footers, didn't I? Okay, that's the way. And then, how's our scroll bar? It's on the root wrap, but I believe on this squeeze page, we're going to have a problem, yes, without it growing. So I could take another quick stab at this. You don't want the footer pulling up. So we basically want, alright, the root wrap is fine, or at least has the right height. And if we put display flex on it, footer goes to the side, so we need flex direction column, and this is where we run into problems with our squeeze, and it's because of this margin auto, which is crazy, and I wish I knew why. It's really kind of baffling to me why that's happening. That's weird. The overflow thing changes its width. But, alright, I guess we can't do the squeeze. But why not? What if you want the fucking max width? No, the max width works. And then the centering, we don't need to do that way. Okay, that's fine with me. Alright, margin. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense why it's collapsing down so hard, but root wrap needs centering to it. Is it this one? Oh my lord, it does the same fucking thing. No way. No fucking way, man. Why? This is so crazy. Why would it do that? These are stacking in the right direction. I don't think this should be happening. Holy fuck, what? Oh my god. Why? What a headache. What a fucking nightmare of a system. We're fucked. We're so fucked. Humanity is lost. This is because inline size has some fucking stupid effect. It shouldn't. All I wanted the container to do is be like, listen for fucking size changes and apply them to your children. But instead, you turn this thing on and it fucks your layout. That should never happen. They have absolutely fucked this entire thing. And I'm tempted to just try and sit down and think it all through and build out, you know, my own layout system. But, like, I've tried to do that before, and when I'm on drugs and I have more ambition, it's like, seems like a good idea to take a stab at it, but... Alright, let's turn off the container. What was I trying to do here? Why would container type inline size affect my layout? Like, yes. Inline size containment to that element. This is crucial. Prevents the element's content from influencing its inline size. That's fucking nuts, man. If you... The whole idea of the container is that it has variable fucking size. Like, it respawns. It might fill its... Come on, AI, what's going on here? I mean, I don't think width 100% is what I want. Can you also can you do width 100% and max width? Wait, what? Why did this barf? Let's do it here. Let's refresh, make sure we're at a... It's this root wrap that should be display flex. It's the flex direction column that makes it barf. Okay, and then this guy width. Wait, not in here. Width 100%. All right, I guess that works. That's fucking stupid though. You gotta like reset defaults when you change something. Crazy. Yeah, it tries to grow and then hits the max width. And then the margin 0 auto works, but probably the better way to do it is just to use flex and align items center. But then we don't want overflow auto on here. We want overflow auto on here. Boom. Oh, and footer. God damn. This one shouldn't have a problem. Why does this one have a problem? Shouldn't flex automatically grow in the opposite direction? Motherfucker. What is going on here, man? Maybe flex align is by default stretch? Wait, what? Yeah. Align content? I don't know what that does. Align items seems to work, but then we have to set everything to width 100%. God, flex is such a fucking nightmare, man. It has such complicated interactions with every single other CSS property, namely overflow and container queries, but what a fucking nightmare this is. This is crazy. Also, just in general, I kind of feel like you might want some control over where the scroll bar goes, like to keep, the footer actually, going all the way across. It's not the end of the world, but it's like it shouldn't require massive layout surgery to just make simple little changes. Reapplying 100 properties, reconfiguring all these settings just to do one little fucking thing. This is so crazy. It's like either fill or hug. Center or top or right. I mean, it's like alignment and width layout. I cannot believe how crazy this is. I really think it wouldn't be that hard to like manually compute all of the things. You'd definitely have to create dependency trees, and it could get a little hairy, but thing is like when you have circular dependencies, sometimes you can just try to figure it out and it'll work without blowing up, but then sometimes it'll blow up, and it's not. It depends on how it's set up and how but I don't know if I want to go down that road of trying to write my own layout engine. Man, that'd be crazy. But like, I wanted to just make these simple properties work and figure out a couple little layouts where it's just like, okay, I figured out how this works. Now I can use this to build the things. But maybe this is why they were leaning into the CSS grid thing, because they realized like, wow, this shit is just so fucking stupid that like nobody knows how to use it. My God, what has happened here? So I've just completely fucked my entire system. It is so convoluted, and I have no idea even where I am and what I was trying to accomplish. I could just get rid of this footer, but like it shouldn't be that hard to get the fucking footer to stick to the bottom. Min height 100% kind of thing. Well, maybe that's some advanced layout logic that I don't understand or something. But should we take another stab at it? Fuck. So dumb. So dumb. Breathe. Just breathe. So this one has the height fill. Because this one has flex direction column. Maybe we just fuck the container thing for now. Because then it all works, doesn't it? How to have container type on flex. Yeah, alright. So I think part of the problem was because I was setting the... Alright, let's redo this. I was setting... I will switch from the margin auto thing to center to a flex centering, but then I also wanted the footer to be full width, which is just contradictory. Change the direction. Did I turn off the container? Yeah, that's why it didn't blow up here. Okay. So I could leave the container. I just then need to put the root at width 100%. And then I could just leave it at that. Isn't that what we want? Footer sticks. Rather than change the centering algorithm that makes the footer bomb out. Yeah, it's not the worst way to do it, actually. It seems to work. Alright, let's see if we can copy this over. Root. We're going to need the width 100%. We're going to need the root wrap. Display flex. Flex direction column, and I think that was it, except for root is not overflow auto, and flex wrap is overflow X hidden, and overflow Y auto. Booyah! What's up now, layout bitches? What is that? Whoa, bro. What the fuck? What's going on here? So confused, man. So confused. Alright. Total width is 1391. side nav is 170. Alright, that's full width there at 1220. This thing is bigger than that. Why is this bigger than that? Because we have width 100%. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Is it because I switched the content box? Yep. Yes, sir. Mother effing fuckers. Oh my god. Okay, so why did I change the box sizing? It had something to do with the max width and the padding or something. But maybe that doesn't apply now? I think it's this jump here. Is it this jump here? Why did I switch the content box? Max width is the same. Oh, I think what it is that the padding, yeah, so this shrinks. From here to here, you can see that the text width is getting smaller. It's wrapping harder, more, getting narrower. I mean, the size is growing, but like the line length shrinks. It's essentially the padding is percentage based, so it gets bigger, and that's why I put on the box sizing, because I wanted the padding to be essentially added, right? I'm trying to remember exactly what I was thinking there, but it just doesn't seem to work now. Might have to rethink that. I don't know if it matters much anymore. Well, it still definitely shrinks down. Maybe we just can't have this percentage padding. What was the whole point of it? I think it was sort of, if it's not squeezed and it's left aligned, then it it's to pad it out a little bit more when the monitor gets huge. Without shrinking it down more. And then the squeeze is like a separate thing. So I think having the growing padding is not necessarily bad. So what was the first problem I was trying to think through? Oh yes, it extends off the screen because it goes 100% of, well, it sets the width to 100%, but it sets the content width to 100%, then adds the padding, then it gets too big. Okay. Is there no other way to make this fill with 100%? So essentially, you just have this confounding of properties where you can't do this one and that one at the same time, and that's the only way that it's going to work the way I want it to, and so I just got to find another way to do it. It's like, what the fuck, man? What the actual fuck? The root wrap is the right size. Can we not get this thing to lay out properly? Well, so we take the kind of responsive padding off, and if it's squeezed, then we probably don't need it because it just stays, it hits the max width and then just stays centered. So right now it's Still got percentage padding and kind of shrinks it down. But I think the squeeze and the centering kind of takes the place of the padding at the big size, so we could change the padding to be M's, but yeah, like once that so it's already at its max width here, but what's going on here? Oh, it's the font gets the font gets bigger, but the max width is still reached, so it kind of starts wrapping harder. Kind of a weird effect, but not even that terrible. You could probably mitigate that by making either the max width smaller so that it just holds on to it sooner, and then when it starts growing, it's still doing it. What the fuck? Because it just gets, well, now it's even smaller and the font still gets so much bigger. Oh wait, we just use M's here. Duh. How about, what is this in M's? It's not 10, that's for damn sure. About, let's just try 50 M's. Alright, so it's responsive, gets to its max width, and then is much more stable. Alright, squeeze 50 M's, let's go. We can even do 60 M's. I'm feeling courageous right now. But we still have percentage padding. It doesn't jump too much here. There is like a little bit of this going on. But what was the... Did that really just fix the whole issue? But the whole 100% thing and it getting too big is something that I think is maybe still a problem. Max width 60 M's. What does that equal here? So it's 1300 pixels that we start. So 960 is the max width that we have here. And does the padding kind of change? How do we get the little padding viewer? It doesn't show. Doesn't show. Shows here. Doesn't show here. What the fuck? 98. 91. Whoa. No, that's margin. 30. It goes from 34 here to changes drastically. It flops over, doesn't it? 4 and 6. 4 and 3 to 4 and 6. So we could turn that off and maybe turn this off. And does that stabilize? So that works for the squeeze version, but if you don't have that, well, even if you have max width but you don't center it, for example, then it's going to hug the padding on the left just doesn't get big enough is kind of the thing. So we turn this back on maybe, but then you have the growing padding that shrinks the size of the text, which is a little weird. So that's where the content box kind of comes in, where then it doesn't do that. Jesus, there's so many variables, my brain's exploding. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is torture, man. This is fucking torture. The path forward for me to, like, get to where I want to be is through this swamp of madness. And who designed this? Not me. Could I make a website without all this bullshit? No. So I am beholden to the web gods. And this is the experience that I get. Alright, I think I need to simplify. I got too much shit going on. I kind of feel like just deleting everything and starting over. Let's try and turn off this. Turn off this. I don't know. That's not really a problem, is it? Where is the problem? So that's okay. It's really the... So this is this squeezed? Is that what's going... Oh, it is, okay. Text. Is this one squeezed? This one's not squeezed, and this one is a problem. Okay, so it doesn't even obey the padding because it's growing outside of it, and it's because of the content box thing, which we could fairly easily fix, but then we do have, well, it's actually not even that bad. The padding does jump. The question is does it shrink it? It doesn't seem to. Why doesn't it? Right, so right here it makes a jump, but here, why wouldn't the growing padding, what is the padding? It's growing, right? Yeah, it's growing all the way through, but it just doesn't. If it's not squeezed, then it's not a problem. Okay, so yeah, then you have this kind of partial squeeze where you could have something where it's max with. Let's just do the same 60M. This is where it's going to, the percentage padding is going to cause a reduction in the. Yeah, so like right here to right here, kind of chunks it down. It's not like a terrible thing, but. Could I live with it? Yeah, probably. Is it better to have that extra padding there so that it... Wait, it shouldn't actually, because the M's. It's fucking M's. Shouldn't the M's change it from... Or is it because the M's and the percentage here grow differently? Just marginally so. I think that's actually, it's like a pretty small differential in the ratio of the padding change to the width change, but it seems to be, it's really making my computer, like my fans are running, and I don't know why it's kind of chunking. This isn't like a complex layout situation, but I think it is possible that if you set up layouts in the right way, then it just like gets really slow because it has to do too much. It's like it's barely able to keep up. Crazy. Which isn't a good sign. Is it because of the percentage, maybe percentage paddings are bad because it's got to like look them up. Oh, also transitioning the padding could be bad. I don't think it does that on the percentage, but that definitely seems to speed it up a bit. At least feels like it. Fans are still whirring. It's just this jump right here. Right here, boom, boom. That's a snap. You know, it snaps. Where if you put on the transition, then it, instead of snapping, it does a smooth. I mean, it's still pretty snappy. It's just my computer fans tell me when my computer's working harder than it needs to. All right, what are we doing here? So, yeah, I think the box sizing thing just needs to disappear at 37, because now we're using M's, and now it's not so much of a problem, and a little bit of a shift, I can try and revisit that later, but I think right now we just let it go. Okay. All right, so that's kind of crazy. A lot of different layouts there. Oh, it's shrinking. Why is it shrinking? Did we not change? It is 60M. The fuck, man? I thought it was good. Or is it the same problem where the max width changes at a different rate, slightly different rate than the percentage padding? Also, the M's top out at 1600 pixels, right? I think, yeah. Whoa, that's weird. Yeah, the M's top out, the max width tops out at here it's 1100 pixels, 1200 pixels. So at 1200 pixels, that max width is going to be set. So it doesn't actually keep increasing, which it could. It could be a max width of a percentage, but that's not a good idea. How do we do this? Do we need the percentage to grow here? I mean, it's not really... There is some percentage padding on top that's visible there that does kind of grow a little bit, but again, I could just leave it and just not care about it. But the fact that it gets so small over here is kind of weird. It shouldn't get smaller, it should get bigger. I could clamp the padding, or I could just set it to M's. That's probably way easier, right? Like, let's just start with 4 and 6. Because then it's going to be, it's not going to adjust. It's a lot though, right? It doesn't need to be that big. And this one as percentage might actually be nice because it gets nice and small for mobile, which I kind of like. All right, so it hits the max width wherever, which is 960 because it's below our typography responsive point, and then at 1333 we add this massive padding to it. What if we just turn that off? Then we go at mobile padding, which is kind of small all the way up through here. But if it's squeezed, it's fine. It's if we go to this one that's... Alright, we're going to do... Maybe we need to do squeeze and center separately. Text. Squeeze is going to be the max width part. Let's find that in the CSS. And then I think we're going to do squeeze and center at this part so that now the page is a center and squeeze, save, and this is also going to be center and squeeze, and then the text one will be just squeezed, not centered, but I think the padding is too much here. Alright, so we get up to, yeah, and I don't like how it shrinks there. It's because the padding is growing. The padding should grow there a little bit. It's growing on both sides, but it hits the max width at padding keeps increasing, which causes it to wrap a little funky. could just make the responsive padding switch over, and yeah, so instead of 4 and 6, it was going to be M's, which I think will fix that. And I could do that at more like 1,000 pixels, because I think it's just an arbitrary spot right now. Yeah, well, I put it inside this one, but it doesn't have to be. Let's remove this. Put this under, I guess we'll just put it down here. At media, I forget how these work. Min width is above that. So I think min width 1,000 pixels. And then we want this to be something more like let's just try this. So at 1,000 pixels, we just nudge it over. There's got to be a better way to do this, but maybe it's just a few more breakpoints or something. Whoa, okay, why does it shrink so much? Well, at 1,000 pixels, it was way bigger. Well, it's the padding that jumps that causes it to shrink down. So we don't actually want that just yet. Should I wait until it's higher than that? What is the padding even doing? The centering is going to pull, but alright, this one's not actually centered. This is just the left, kind of the left margin is this padding here. Why is that? Why do we have this weird thing here? Oh my god, what is it? There's a word wrapping rapidly and awkwardly in there somewhere. Alright, wow. Okay, so this is during the responsive typography kind of transition where we grow everything up. Yeah, so I don't like this jump here, but I don't know if there's a better way to do it. I mean, well, let's just try doing it the same spot. I don't know if making these smaller is what we need. It actually makes it less now. It's weird. It like jumps sideways, and maybe it's just not even necessary. Maybe we just remove this thing. Maybe the yeah, so it's still got the old percentages though. We don't want percentages because doesn't that cause it to rewrap? Yeah, as we get really big, it keeps shrinking. That's what we're trying to avoid here. So we do need it. And what we want it to go to is still, I mean, I guess it's actually not terrible. Kind of like moves it a little bit. I don't really like that. But this one here is kind of set up with a mobile approach. So maybe I just need another breakpoint. I just hate doing that shit. Or I need to get more padding. It does change the width. When I add padding, it shrinks it down. And then it stays constant. And it does kind of happen like right around all this wrapping, so it's not a huge deal. But it is kind of almost needs more. Maybe margin is a better thing here. I don't know. don't know why it's, I mean, this could potentially be like a background of this white, or even, yeah, something like that, so that then it's a little bit more padding like. So the idea is that like we need the percentage padding to get real small on mobile, and then get better on, and stable. Like I like it being kind of more stable. So this kind of shrinks a little bit as we jump the padding over, but it's not terrible. I think it hits its max width here, and then hits the padding here. I don't think there's any way to do the max width and the padding thing at the same point. An easy way I can think of anyway. And then here is when we start. Oh yeah, so it's right at this responsive point that we kind of shift it, which I guess is fine. Can we pick a better didn't we change that padding? Did I not? It is saved. Root pad. Min width 13. What the fuck? 2M, 3M. Yeah. I don't know why that wasn't showing up. Maybe I just had this below. Okay. No, it's got to be above 1333. And then we get this one. Alright, maybe we just need better numbers here. So this definitely affects the text wrapping. And yeah, this like kind of more slide over and even down a little bit kind of just feels better than before. Alright, I think that's better. 3 and 4. Let's go. Rather than it sliding up. I actually kind of liked that. Let's make a root light class with background E. And then on the text page, we can add light. Boom. Just to kind of see what's going on there. So yeah, we get a little bit of a shrinkage here. We got mobile padding here. Not ideal. Like if you're on this, but I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's like compromise from one device to the next. Let's now check out the other tests. So this one, let's just put light on all of them. Tests, squeeze, light, squeeze, light, lightly squeeze. Let's see here. Just to kind of visualize where it's at. And yeah, I mean this, visualizing it like this, I probably need to fix that because this looks better. But these gutters here are kind of weird. You might even want some space on top. Yet when you go like this, that looks okay. Actually looks pretty badass, not gonna lie. This, I don't know, there's something going on with this. These are wiggling around. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the responsive M's are themselves all the way through this like transition range, which is fine, I guess. It does make it kind of boggy, but it's not. Most people don't sit around resizing their browser all repeatedly like I do. Maybe the max width just needs to be smaller, but when you get bigger, I mean, it does go from So this is 1200, and then it starts at like 900, 960 up to 1200. Yeah, it kind of goes from like too wide here to too narrow here. It's partly because of that increase in padding. How could we fix that? Well, the padding, it all changes. Like, so at 1333, it makes this shift. But from here upwards, it should be relatively constant. It's just the transition from kind of like this range, like 700 through 1300. Well, it's really through the max width here, because that stays the same. So that could be worked on a little bit. Like, I don't know if it's these, if we need like a mobile break point for kind of down here, and then more like up here. I don't know if this is like a tablet or a wide phone or a... These should be container queries, so that if this content goes into a column, like multi-column workspace on a big monitor, that it just kind of all works properly. So probably need to play around with that. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's look at this one. Let's turn this back on. Let's make it big or small. It's kind of cool that it fills like that. It makes it like this banner almost. Now again, it's why. What can I do about this? I don't really want to just do an extra breakpoint, but that does kind of seem like. Or could we do this thing? No, if I do the switch lower. I don't know, let's just go all the way down to like 800. I think this is going to be wonky. No, that actually looks okay. So we go from really small to like, I don't know. Why does that look like it? The text is growing and even moving. What? The scroll bar caused a jump. Not a big deal. I could live with that. I mean, this seems too much. Too much too soon. So it's sort of like right before it gets to, maybe more at like 900 pixels. Right before it gets to the max width, which is more like way up here, but I don't know, man. I do need the small. I wish there was a better way to do it, but I kind of don't see a better way to transition from this to this. Now this all happens pretty simply and smoothly. That little rewrap there where it flickers is, there's a bunch of words that flicker because of the, it shouldn't be, I don't think, like all the math stays the same. Let's select this. I mean, it is resizing, but all the ratios should stay the same. The margin is jumping there. Why is the margin jumping so much? No, it's not. It's just re-rendering funny. The margin, is there even margin? Oh, it is the squeeze margin. Okay, I guess that's fine, so that the footer doesn't get messed up. All right, so I think that's looking pretty sweet, actually. The mobile menu. Yeah, it should kick in somewhere around here. Hide the side nav. Make the button. The button shouldn't be there at the beginning, right? So, should something else be there? Something else could definitely be there. Maybe I should put something there just to like have it toggle, set up the toggle properly, but I can deal with that later. Well, it would be like a avatar if you're logged in, could go there, but that should still be there if the menu appears. The avatar thing could slide over a little bit, or the avatar thing could go into the menu so the hamburger could take its place. I could see that going either way. Prefer like the fewest adjustments. Huh. So the scroll bar just disappears. It like covers it up. Oh, it resets too. That's not good. Let's go back here. Scroll down, open, close. Oh, it doesn't reset. Why was it doing it on the other one? Or at least it seemed like it did. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I see. Wait, what? That's kind of crazy. It's like right here underneath the content. What the fuck is going on here? Z index 99. Boom. Z index 99. Oh, we need a close button. Z index 10. Let's actually go 9, just so we keep our header and the button for a second. All right, we need to think through this button logic. I also think that button should be color. Is this the right color? Computed color. Yeah, that's the right color. It just looks so dark. It looks like black. Way darker than this one does. Maybe it's just, I don't know. Is this the same computed color? Oh, it is. Okay, I was going to change that. All right, so I think it should show up at some point, maybe even kind of like, I don't know, 900 pixels. Why not? It jumps. Like if it jumps to smaller padding and hides the sidebar at the same time. Whoa, almost tipped my coffee over. It's going to, well, that's going to look really big. It's going to go from bigger padding to smaller padding and jump really wide all at the same time. So it could go from bigger padding to smaller padding and then even go a little smaller down to like 800 or so before it goes all the way wide. I mean, what kind of width should this be at when it breaks? Like 500 or 600 or 400 or? Now having a side nav there with such it looks so cramped in here. Fuck, man. I wish there was a better way to maybe I just need a couple breakpoints to change the scale of the padding along the way so that it doesn't get so small so quick. But I also kind of think that using a container query unit might be a good way to set it up. Not 100% sure, but oh, that matches. That's kind of cool. Was that always like that? No, it wasn't. It's only now that I've changed the background color. Before it was like this, where it didn't match. But now when you go like this, boom, it just kind of flows in there. It's kind of cool. Kind of like it left aligned, not gonna lie. Just move center, then it's left aligned, boom. Yeah, it's a huge jump. What could be done? Well, so the basic padding, which is this 4-3, we could just do that below a certain point. But doing it with a media query just feels wrong. It needs to be a container query. That's where the percentage just kind of like works at any resolution, and well, clearly doesn't, but I'm not going to worry about container queries because I've already had a problem with that today. What I need to do is hide the goddamn navigation at some point. So how did I do that on this site? I think I use a break. Yeah, break everything down at 1,000 pixels. Having a single breakpoint like that is, my whole idea. It's kind of too wide here, but 1,000 pixels is a weird resolution. It's like most people aren't on desktop. Well, more like 900 pixels. Below 1,000 is like a weird tablet or sideways mobile phone or something that would ever get into this like 700 to 900 pixel range where it kind of starts stretching out too much. So well, yeah, so should I put a JavaScript class on there called break? Or mobile? Or, this is a really bad idea. I could turn the entire thing into a container query. But no, like media query is fine. I think media query is fine. Shouldn't that work? Rather than add the class. I mean, because a mobile class, it's not really mobile. And the break thing, it's like, I don't really want to break everything at that point all the time. And so it could be used for multiple things. I mean, in the 1,000 pixel point, I mean, it's not a bad point, but like, I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards media query for the hiding the nav. I don't like writing media queries. I always forget how they work. But, alright, here's all the menu shit. Let's put it here. At media, this would be max width. Max width to target below this width. I don't know, maybe 800 pixels. We'll surely have to adjust that. And then side nav display none. I think this is generally what we want. Boom. Okay. Also, header buttons display none. and then header buttons display block, I think. They're, yeah, it's the wrapper. So boom, 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 boom. Okay. But it's not really. So the menu open goes on the body. So we want body not menu open. And then header buttons. Wait. No, it's really this one. I think we want this one to be body not menu open. This is weird logic, but when the menu's not open, then we display none, and then below. So it's either if the body has menu open or if media query is hit. So let's try this out. Oh, it doesn't work. Why not? Where's my thingy? Menu's not open. Buttons. Oh, it takes specificity precedence. So I don't know if the other thing matters, but maybe I just, maybe you just have to add body, header, buttons. Nope. Header, buttons, motherfuckers. That's stupid, but whatever. Right? These little pseudo things probably shouldn't add specificity. But what do I know? Alright, so menu open doesn't actually open it because so when we get below, but we don't want well, we could put it here to turn it back on, or only if body is not menu open. So, boom, put the sidebar into a nav button, clicky, 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 clicky. Logic seems to work. Ooh, but it doesn't close it because the menu button doesn't get removed. Probably shouldn't close it, right? It could though. I think I'd have to use JavaScript to listen and change it. So I think I'm okay with it staying open. But then it should go back to the right place here. I think I'm okay with that. It could close automatically on resize, but fuck it. So then we want in the app header icon menu. I think we can just put it right next to it. Close. I don't know if close is the right one. Show those buttons. There they are. So now we just use some CSS to switch them, which it should be fun to figure out what we need. So it's essentially buttons, 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 buttons. I think all the buttons could be display none. Alright, so as long as the menu's not open. Oh yeah, so all the buttons are display none. Okay, that's right. And then maybe we want the does it have a class of close on it? It does not. Motherfucker, I don't want to use an attribute selector. Are you kidding me? Where's my file? .ac close. Okay, back to the CSS. Header buttons close should be display none unless the menu is open. So this could be body not menu open. Menu is open. Menu open. Header buttons. I gotta add a class to it to hide it. Only that one. Now I gotta be careful with my selections because I don't want this to be leaky or bad or whatever, but menu open, display none. Boom shakalaka. Menu open, menu closed, menu open, menu closed. Do we have any weird side effects up here? Close, boom. Opens, close. I think it's working just right. Okay. Looking way better, not gonna lie. I kind of like the whole scroll bar under the header thing. Nice and clean. It's a little cramped up in there, but generally you're not gonna have dev tools right next to it and whatnot. I could, wasn't there a way to make, well, I think the reason why the color is different is that the root, you're just seeing the background. I don't think there's actually a color on the sidebar. I think it's the background color of the root. No, of the root wrap, yeah. And I can make it the same color, but then you wouldn't have this little bit here where it's kind of, I mean, I think background and page might be better names for those things. Like the root wrap becomes the background. Calling that background could be just perfect. And then, yeah, maybe root still. Which could also be a background if it were, you know, if you take all the classes off, doesn't that just go full width? Yep. Not quite though. The scroll bar fucks it. But I mean, you wouldn't really ever do that, would you? Let's refresh this. This is what we had. Okay. I mean, honestly, I spent so much time thinking about what kind of layout would work well here. And like I was kind of worried about having this. I don't like seeing websites that are like this where you just have one column that's centered in the middle of a giant screen. Let's throw this on the other monitor real quick to see what it looks like. I'll switch over to the other screen, and so this is what a desktop kind of standard laptop screen might look like. And it's not too small. I think it actually looks all right. I don't know. I mean, these buttons are a little out of place, and it's like this is a lot of typography. it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, and with these 6, and with this 7, and with this 8. Yeah, there's no rhythm to it. It's all just new style, new style, new style. I mean, it's kind of got some promise of hierarchy and rhythm, but I don't know if you remove these links, then it might be okay. I just don't know if the intro paragraph, it's probably not even necessary. Probably just delete it. But anyway, so I spent a lot of time thinking about what this should look like and how wide it should be, and I do kind of like this white, darker, lighter kind of a thing. In fact, this matches this. I don't know if this should go white. Could. I actually don't mind it like it is, except for the top kind of blends in. Maybe these should be bigger. Also, I've thought about, well, what if you wanted some block in your content to go full width, or maybe not the actual full width, maybe have some padding, but like a breakout section essentially. It's not terribly hard to do, but you do need to restructure the markup. The root would essentially have to stay full width, and then you'd have to use like a squeeze wrapper inside. And you'd have to do that for each content section in between the breakout sections. So that'd be a little tricky, but I think I could figure it out. And these blocks are really cool. But look, I mean, so this can't even fit like one line of code in here without it wrapping, because this whole thing's not wide enough. And yeah, so when you have 2 columns in here, I feel like these should definitely, if you have all the space, you should probably use it. But getting that all to set up properly might be kind of tricky. So could also just do not columns. I mean, I could just put the code underneath, or whichever, but probably underneath, and then it just stays full width, so it's a little bit more accessible. These are cool though. Teach people how to use my shit. Okay. So, what do we do now? Well, let's put this back over here and stop dreaming and try and get something done that's useful so I don't kill myself. Alright. The menu works. Boom. That's a fucking win for the day. Absolutely. Let's just take another quick look at my menu. Got some responsive page kind of wrappers. Scroll bar's a little awkward here. I don't know if I make the I mean, a quick fix just to make it look a little better is to put the same background, was it EEE, onto the root wrap, and then it looks a little bit more kind of seamless with the exception of this footer down here that maybe that side footer goes across and probably be better, kind of like it is up here. But that would mean you can't have you just don't get this effect where you have kind of this layout visualization, which I kind of like. It just makes it seem more structured, and that is where the element is. So either way, now if I put light, I could call this wrapper background or something, and then make background light also. So if I wanted to do, or like you could at some point, like right around there, switch it over, put some media query on there, and then add this thing in there, so then it's just like a little bit more cohesive. That would only be if we had the light background on the root. Now, I'd really like to clean all this stuff up. The problem with it is when it comes to that runaround of what should I work on, how long is it going to take, is it worth it? Sometimes I get like clarity and pull the trigger and start running with it and have some sort of vision, and it seems like it's a good idea, and so I do it, and it may or may not work, but as long as I'm doing something, I don't really care. The problem is that the cleanup work is often like, I wasn't really sure what to do the first time, still don't really know what to do. There's not a great solution. There's just kind of like, it could go this way, it could go that way. Neither of them are perfectly flexible. Think through all the potential outcomes that anyone might want to use is just such a ridiculous task. And so designing, a framework is madness. But I do need to clean it up. I feel like I need some better nav bricks here. I do have, like, on my test page, these are kind of cool. Oh baby, it jumps around a lot, but I'm okay with it, I think, because like if I pulled this up on mobile, boom, it works. Now, I mean, just comparing this, my idea here was that this would just mimic the URL so that you always know which page you're on. I don't really mind it, but it's a little redundant, and the capitalization difference, it's like, shouldn't this be capitalized? I don't know yet. What do we got on here? Do we still have the login thing? Yep, my janky Google button always goes full width before. Fuck you, Google. Fix your shit. Alright. What are we doing? I don't know. Take a breather, drink some coffee. Mobile menu. Fucking done. Well, it's not done. I should definitely make these. Well, for one, get rid of this max width on the directory. Because that sucks. Where is the directory? Max width, 500 pixels. I do have the directory rendered somewhere where that might matter. Oh, I still don't have the proper layout here. Okay, so it's the side nav is fixed and the header is on top. I don't mind that because, well, we can't scroll it. If we're on a page that has scroll, the header is now sticky, so it's always going to be there. Okay, I actually kind of like that. It's pretty straightforward, but we need, unfortunately, we might just want to hack some padding because the header and the side nav are not in the same element space. Like, there's no way to get them to automatically. I'd have to like move the header into the side nav container, for example, in order to get it to flow properly, and then move it back. And I don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't actually be that hard, but it just seems like a bad idea. So I could, on the side nav, hack the rough height 43 pixels of the padding top 43 pixels. But what I could also do, which might actually be better, or I should probably maybe do this and also turn the side nav into a flex container. This could get dicey, but let's display flex. Alright, fine. Display flex and then vertically align. Is that one of these? Or this one? Okay. Which looks weird here, and I could maybe even beef this up. Font size 2M. Boom. Doesn't that look sweet? Maybe we need is there no stretch? Or do we want, I think we kind of want this to be a column and then not align like this, but justify like this. God, that is so fucking stupid, man. The name of these properties, and then we can stretch. Alright. Anyway, there we go. Full width. Boom. Kind of big and clunky. Let's run this emulator thing. I don't trust it. Way too big for mobile. Looks good on here, though. So, should we copy some of these over before we forget? Menu open side nav, line 121. Padding top. Let's just do it. And then, how about font size like 1.2M? Does that just make it a little bigger? Yeah. Do like a font weight bold. Doesn't work. Maybe because these override it, but maybe because font weight, yeah. Could override that. I gotta think about the menu system. I think maybe I'm just not gonna dick around with this too much right now. I was meaning to redo, I think we just remove this directory CSS. It's going to be framework, ext, I believe it's this one. I really need to clean all that up, holy shit. I think max width. I could increase it, but let's just get rid of it. I'm not sure which places that's going to be an issue. Full width. I think that'll just work on mobile. Would it scroll? Let's see. It should scroll. It should scroll automatically. side nav. This should probably just be part of the default. Overflow. I hope this doesn't fuck the layout. Jesus Christ. It's going to. No? Whew! I could have sworn I was going to get a horizontal scroll bar on this bitch. How about this one? Boom. I like it. Line 50. Just give that a little copy paste. Line 50. Framework CSS. Get the fuck out of here. Do I not have any? Where's all my menu shit? Side nav. We'll just add it. So this is the worst place to put it, but we don't have a style yet for the side nav, and I don't feel like dealing with that. Oh no. Auto. Alright. Okay. A little bit better, one step at a time. What next? Well, so the next objective, or one of the main objectives that I've been thinking about, is to publish as a single repo. Like cleaning it up, remove some of the extras, publish it, try to get some feedback. And this idea of the single repo, whoops, I don't even know what I just did. Let's go back. I like this view better. Single repo. No submodule, no updates, easier to install. I think people should be able to handle the submodule. It's not hard and you can do it manually. Most of the shit you can do manually. It's really just if you need to like install it or update it or something, that there's like a couple commands that are kind of tricky. Most people shouldn't even have to deal with it. Like if they're not editing it, then now if you do, if somebody were to, here's the thing. If someone were to clone the site repo and add something to the submodule, then it's not gonna work. Right? Let me ask the computer. Let's say I have a site repo with a submodule. Suppose someone clones site repo. Site repo and modifies the framework submodule. When they commit their site repo clone, what happens to those changes? Aren't they generally ignored? Well, they're not ignored. It takes a snapshot, I think, like the checksum hash or whatever of the subrepo gets committed, but none of the changes. So if you were to push to GitHub pages, then all right, so if you were trying, well, I know the answer. If you're trying to use the submodule thing for a GitHub page, then you'd have to be able to commit to the submodule in a way where once you push the changes, then the presumably they'd have to clone the submodule also, or they'd have to rely on me accepting their modification to the actual framework repo, which, so essentially to clone a repo with a submodule, you have to clone both of them and set them all up. I think you'd have to change the submodule config. That's crazy. Didn't really think that through at all before, but let's make a new note in case I'm trying to search for it. The problem with submodules. In case I search for the different one. Anyway, if you have a site repo and site repo framework as a submodule, the only way for a user to clone the site repo and modify the framework and push the changes to GitHub pages is to clone the submodule also and then reconfigure their site repo clone to use their own framework clone, which would require significant Git cloning. So, if they don't need to modify the framework, no problem. Also, they can import and modify and export a variant, well, call it an extension of the framework, so it's probably not a huge deal, but just another reason why a submodule-less option isn't a bad idea, especially in the short term. Well, I mean, I could set them both up. Trying to manage them both, like on every update, basically means rebuilding the starter. Might call it a quick start repo. Quick start repo, no submodule. And then framework site, which is sort of what I have, is with submodule. That could be the way to do it. So also what I haven't really thought about is it's basically which directory on my computer I'm edit the framework in, because given a setup like this where I have a framework site with the submodule, the framework as a submodule in there, this is kind of the idea of being able to like configure it properly. The problem is I don't think I want to modify it in here, especially if is this one's not a submodule, this is just a sub repo. It doesn't really show you here, but it's got its own, it doesn't have a git ignore, but this is the framework thing here is that submodule up here. Now they're linked via GitHub. This one points to GitHub. So right now I develop here. If I wanted to update this framework site, I gotta push this, pull it, commit it, push it. A lot of work. And so on this one, the way this is set up where it's just, there's no management of it's just like a nested repo and it basically ignores it. It doesn't actually ignore it as far as I know. I don't think I had to set that up. I think Git just naturally, does this thing still exist? I was kind of looking for something like this. Let me see, search, copy, URL. Huh. Yeah, I don't think this is the 420 coupon codes. All right, they're going up to the dark web for ad revenue. What was I thinking? I was looking for a front end package manager recently. That's what all this JSPM is, which sort of is good. It's just the complexity here is. But I think there's some necessary complexity trying to bundle JavaScript modules from NPM because there's a lot of different flavors, and getting them to work properly is part of what they're doing. It's not a bad idea, I just don't understand how it works, and therefore will not use it. These little underlines, I've seen these before. I think they're pretty cool. Are these actual anchors? Oh, it is, but I don't think the anchor is on. It's probably on the LI, if I had to guess. Line height. I feel like putting a scroll bar width and color property on every element is probably unnecessary. I don't know if the causes any more work for the browser. Where is that coming from? It's definitely not that one. Text decoration, transition, var transition. Where does that come from? Jeez, var transition, all? I have a variable for transitioning all. Well, what is is it a hover effect? Yeah. Where's the hover? A hover, text decoration, underline. Is this just a standard transition on underline? There's no way. Scroll bar color is what the transition. No way, dude. Transition style, scroll bar color is transitioning? I don't think so. Maybe it's doing that too. It seems like an underline. Text decoration, none. Text decoration, none. Text decoration, none. Underline. I don't know. I'd have to Google it and look at it. I don't think you can just CSS transition text decoration. Let's force hover and then turn off this one. It says it's overwritten, but sometimes I don't trust these. I don't think it's a text decoration. I don't see a border. I thought it was a border animation. How are you doing that, man? I should probably not waste time on this. I just think it's kind of cool. What the fuck? Does it remember its... seems to remember its transition state. I really don't know. I mean, maybe it's the text decoration that they're turning on and off and it animates it. I mean, it does have a transition in there, but it just doesn't, I don't see the... I mean, it does seem to add it, but it's also overwritten and says text decoration none. What the fuck? Alright, anyway. So yeah, submodule, probably tricky thing. Yeah, so the developing here, it's like this is just hardly different than developing this in its own folder, and it's also automatically updated in my frame or in my actual site here. And so all things considered, it's worked really well. It's just kind of like super simple. Now, could this be a submodule that I don't even need to do anything with? Could it even just be like the ideal would be if my site was actually a clone of some sort of starter repo. Now, problem is that the GitHub pages starter repo and like an actual self-hosted website repo, starter repo, are going to be different, because like the GitHub pages starter is going to be you got to use the docs folder because that makes a lot of sense, and the normal site doesn't. I don't think I need this well-known thing. I'm just going to delete this because I hate looking at it all the time. And of course I need like extra permissions, which is crazy. This was an old test just to have a long name. I could delete some of these other ones probably. Could definitely don't think I'm using this anymore. Alright, it's already a lot cleaner. Style guide could be cool to build out, where I actually try and make sense of all my CSS and whatnot. I don't know if today's the day. I kind of feel like going to get some beer. I haven't drank beer in a long time, and just vegging out and drinking 6-pack tonight could be fucking amazing. I don't deserve it, but I just had it, flipping through my tabs. I got this, probably need to log back in now. Yeah, it logged me out actually. Log in, let's see. Holy fork. Man, fuck that. Well, this is my student loans. It's like, I'm not gonna do the whole super secure login for student loans. Holy shit. Our student loan system through this like contractor is more secure than our like social security system and voting systems and whatnot. It's crazy. Look at that URL. Bam! Doesn't even fit on my monitor. Holy fork. Okay, what can we do here to get closer to releasing a starter repo? Well, let me take a quick note about GHP starter repo versus self-hosted starter repo. It would be nice if a self-hosted starter repo were the base repo for my own 42.com repo. That way, we, an imaginary we in the future, could make updates and that could pull them through. So the advantage to submodules is that you can have some control over pulling updates. It's just potentially a bad idea because it sucks. It's like branching, forking, merge conflicts, rebasing, submodules. Yeah, I mean, using Git with a submodule in order to manage like the framework. Like that, the only advantage to Git over npm is that npm can't install shit in place. Isn't that crazy? Like, imagine a package manager that can't put your fucking modules in the right folder. I mean, it can, it just can't name the folder properly, and then just kind of like the whole system crumbles, and you probably don't want massive npm stacks into your public directory anyway. Might be able to work around that via some sort of symlink or something, but I can't imagine npm is actually the best way to go. I kind of think something like a JSPM that's a little bit simplified. I mean, maybe they're doing everything right and I just don't fully understand it, but I mean, it probably has something to do with import maps and has something to do with, I don't know if the whole CDN part is so important, although maybe it is. It's really the local development. Man, I went around in circles on this like 4 times in the last week. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing was just that I don't understand what it's doing, but I thought I came across another option. Definitely, I was definitely thinking about it again, but I don't know. There's another note in here about it. I just don't know which one it is. I'll just do a search for JSPM. Oh, what the fuck? When was this one? This was the day before. Yeah, I definitely have seen this note. This doesn't give me... Yeah, so I think that was maybe the big thing, is that the way that JSPM creates the import map, and I didn't quite figure that all out, and I probably wouldn't without like installing it and seeing what it's doing. I believe Gemini told me that it hijacks your yeah, that was the thing, the JSPM server. Let's write this down real quick. Maybe I just made this conclusion in my head. Yeah, I mean, it's something like this, I think, but if you wanted to self-host and not have it published to the CDN and then rely on that whole caching and whatever, like for stable or, you know, packages that, you know, like the CDN I think would work. But yeah, the question of do I need to use their server on my server? Like, was kind of a yes. It seemed. I don't know. I talked to the AI a bunch about this. You need to use JSPM serve on my server. Like, in order to get the dynamic import maps, like import map updates essentially, but it's really the whatever mechanism like injects the import map. You might be able to get it to work without JSPM serve, like manual integration, but this was all just kind of not really clear how it worked, what I would need to do to get that set up. Because, well, alright, so let's assume I can get the import map working. And, well, so one of the things that detracted me from this was that self-hosting a bunch of npm modules isn't a great idea. You'd have a huge amount of files, even if it worked. But I mean, it kind of bundles them up, but it also kind of switches this import map thing to use their CDN, I think. And again, configuring. It's really, how do you configure the import map builder to use which resource? How do you know which it's using? Like, is there a cache buster system or whatever? So, I mean, just basing your entire build system off of a file loader that's doing a whole bunch of crazy shit to get your code in, it's like, it just adds a variable that mystifies the entire process. However, it would allow yeah, so here's the thing. I don't believe JSPM puts any of the code into their public directory. Well, that's not how it's designed. So like JSPM serves the node modules, I think. I'm not sure if it bundles it for you. It might, which I wouldn't really want. I think that's part of its system, and maybe it's alright, but I mean, I don't like the idea of bundling and source mapping and all that shit. It just gets so complicated. So that's really the thing, is that, you know, the JSPM system probably I mean, the Gemini told me it serves the modules just kind of from the node modules folder and maybe does some configuration or whatever, but generally they're unbundled and just kind of raw, and then all the imports of other things just kind of work. So maybe I could get it to work, but then I would have to mimic what JSPM serve is doing, which means probably that's what I just said about serve. It serves from the node modules, so I have to mimic JSPM node modules serve, like static serve on my server. I don't think, I mean, I could run it on a production server, but I don't, and maybe some people do, but I don't think that's really what it's meant for. So all those question marks. I don't know if I could even wrap my head around. Like, I was like, I could maybe ask them a question on their GitHub page or whatever, but I don't think I'd even be able to understand their response. It seems way too complicated for me. So what was I thinking about submodules? Yeah, NPM kind of seems like the better option for just pulling updates without. Well, you can't develop a node module. Like, you don't npm install into the node modules folder and then try and make modifications to it. They're just like one way. You only pull updates to them. And in that sense, maybe a submodule is fine. You don't actually, but if you wanted to use the submodules kind of push ability, it's essentially what it is when you clone recursively, it clones a submodule, which is its own repo, and then you make a change, you commit it, you push it. So pulling the updates. Okay, here's the thing. Let's put it here. Pull only on submodules for updates is probably easy. No conflicts. Developing in a submodule could be trickier, but not necessarily any trickier than any other repo. It's just once you start developing new features, it makes it harder to pull updates. So that's something I just haven't dealt with much because I haven't been in like a big Git flow type work system, like ecosystem or team or whatever. So all my Git stuff is just kind of like me, one way, no conflict, no problem. I don't even use separate branches. Everything is just on main. And so I think I could kind of mitigate that. I'd have to learn how to like make new branches for everything. Kind of gonna be a pain in the butt, but whatever. So submodules could work, but maybe at the beginning, just to get people kind of like on board with it. Also, I don't know, like what would be the process of somebody trying to contribute? And it's another thing. It's like making changes to the framework. I want people to feel free to like submit changes, but I don't know if I want to just have to review them and either approve or deny them, kind of. Like if I become the judge, then it's going to be, well, I'm going to either step on people's toes or I'm going to dilute the quality of the code or whatever. So I was trying to think of another way to do it where like users could, I could have a folder for like user submitted changes. And then it would be I could basically just blindly pull people's code in and it's in like a separate folder and then people could review other people's submissions. But I don't know, it kind of deviates from the general Git flow process. I think for extensions, if somebody's got like a new thing and it's just a folder that they could add, then that could be in kind of a user extension folder just so that each user could submit whatever they wanted, and then it's like this optional thing. But if it's a change to like a core or a fix for a component or whatever, then it should probably just be reviewed and either discussed or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how I want to go through this this whole thing here and try and clean it up. I do kind of think getting rid of the base. I think I need to rename this for it to even work right now. And then can we go framework core base? This works. Doesn't really show anything, but where is this file I keep talking about? I don't even know. It'd have to be in the framework folder, right? It's not there. Yeah, the fact that you can't overwrite it, I was thinking about this recently. I kind of just want to get away from the whole base class and this every extra function wrapper just adds to the call stack, and when you're digging through, like when you're debugging, it just makes it harder. And so putting like the instantiate logic right into the constructor is not a bad idea. You can't easily override the constructor. I mean, you can, but you can't call super or you can't use this. You can't do anything until you call super. And so it's just kind of a weird limitation of the constructor. And that's why, to get around that, I decided to just push it off to another method. But I think that's a limitation that could be mitigated through the same strategy on a need-to-use basis. And if you don't need to do it, then you just use the constructor. Simple, no extension needed, no extra digging through base classes. And, like this guy, you could just copy and paste this, put both of these right into the constructor, and then just, use an instantiate wrapper if you need an extra layer, or a config, or a setup, or whatever the heck you want to call it. And then just get rid of the base class, and then each class, instead of extending the base. And then the events, I think the only thing that's using events is the hash router, or the hash pager, one of those, and it actually does fire an event of its own, and so maybe I need to keep this, but probably don't need to extend base, and I don't know. Maybe I keep it. Maybe, let's look at the app page. I don't even know what this does. This is all really confusing, and I don't mind these test blocks. They kind of work, but I kind of like the code editable ones better. And I also think like an assert method could be a good idea. I mean, having a test function, like this whole test syntax where you create a string and then pass in a function, kind of a useful thing for just running arbitrary bits of code. Now, like the focus thing where you can isolate a specific test, I don't really even use that all that much. I haven't really been writing these tests. It's just kind of an extra thing that it could be useful. Well, so let's compare this with these little code blocks. The code blocks are kind of cool because you can see the actual code. Especially these that you can edit and it just runs the visual. Now I do think improving on the functionality of these little editor blocks is like a huge, this could go from a little code example block to a full-fledged IDE pretty quickly. And by quickly, I mean like not really quickly, but in reality, but mentally, like the scope of what it could do in terms of tabs and syntax highlighting and editor features and hotkeys and all that good stuff. And so I don't really want it to get away from me too much, but didn't I have a layout class here? Oh, nice. What was I thinking? I need to well, I might want to have some sort of test blocks that could create like a little titled section, could even create like a isolation bit where maybe instead of it being just, well, I mean, you still probably want to see all the other ones, don't you? Or should it really just be like running this? It could be like a full on bit. It's almost like a router, right? Like, so this runs all of them. Any one of these just runs the one. I mean, the idea was that it could be nice for isolating what's going on. You only want to run one of them. Problem is, I don't really use them much and don't often need to isolate shit that much. Like, it's just not all that practical, I guess. They're kind of cool, just from a visual standpoint, like, but seeing the code next to them would be great. So maybe turning this kind of a thing into an editor. I think I used it on the test/test pages, called the function test. Yep. And put the code in there. So that's interesting. I do think the test block could maybe just be like a capture block for assertions. Also maybe other tests. And then maybe rerunning the test suites with arguments. Let me take some notes about this real quick. Going around in circles on this before, like, what of the test class editor with code under restrictions. Subtests, making a recursive test class was kind of part of my objective. Like, that really matters. Like that would help any of the uselessness of my test class because I needed subtests. I mean, the idea was organize a bunch of tests into those blocks. Now, if you put blocks inside of blocks and you render them all, it's just going to be this big blocky mess. Done that plenty of times. How else could it work? Well, it's really about the navigation. Hash pages are kind of a way to do it. I think my hash page is currently automatically run, which is also part of the control of the test. But so what I was thinking is if tests were like test suites and had arguments, and they could be sort of like UX-ified functions. So like add functions, add, what do they call them, harnesses or like fixtures. Values basically that you test with, and then mix and match, create new, let's just call it setups, pass shit around, etc. So that's something that I've thought about a bunch. Like, how do you create a new function without writing out the code? But I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't think worrying about all that right now is useful. Kind of think just writing content for the base class, for the app class and for the view class isn't a bad idea. Just to kind of show how it works. Maybe I should have a method per method page for like testing that method. Probably not necessary. Definitely not necessary. I think one page with just some simple examples, like on maybe the main framework page. Doesn't really have to get that complicated. It's really not that complicated. All right, so to do. I document the CSS classes style sheets, maybe. Framework versus theme. Tests. I could just freaking leave them for now. It's not that big a deal. Just sitemap. Oops, sitemap look like a little broken, but whatever. Yeah, having a white page now is going to be kind of tricky if it were centered properly. Like a pad and squeeze center on this thing. No. Root, pad, squeeze, center. Is it because I don't import anything on the sitemap page? I do. Huh, why doesn't that work? That should work. Oh, these are IDs. IDs. We need classes. App.root.ac. Now the padding kind of collapses, but kind of think maybe a collapse class could make this whole thing collapse, so that basically the be like pad collapse, more or less. Oh, not that one. More or less the root padding would just go away at a certain point, and then yeah. Well, then this padding would also probably need to be like a responsive padding on this card, so that it gets smaller. But yeah, that's a lot of managing all that space. It's kind of tricky. That's kind of cool. Not sure. Not sure what to do next, man. What do we need to do? We got a home page. What should the home page look like? I don't fucking know. Should the... I mean, there's so much code all over the place right now that it like sort of works, but obviously needs to be cleaned up. I do think the CSS and kind of getting everything. So I really don't like CSS imports. I don't. Did I do that in RDB site? I think I might have. Let's see what this looks like. Base. Import them, or do I not import them? Index. I think this was like a page file. Where did I import the style sheets? I don't think I import them each individually, but maybe I do. Could they each be linked in here? Index does CSS. Oh, okay. That actually makes a little bit of sense, but it's kind of weird. Why didn't I like imports? Well, for one, I don't know if the load event for the, I don't think the load event for the main style sheet waits for the imports. So if you wanted to import this file and wait for it to load, it'll trigger it's loaded once this text gets there, but before the actual CSS arrives, and so it's not set up properly. So if you want to delay rendering for all the CSS, which I would assume is what you want, you either, I don't know, maybe the browser listens. Well, so the thing is that you'd have to, all right, if you do this, if you actually hook into the CSS via a link, no, but it's not going to work, because when you're doing client-side rendering, I think the way the browser would naturally work is that it's going to, well, it doesn't know what kind of styles are in there, but it certainly doesn't have any content. I don't know. The way that it waits for the right styles for the right content, I think it's doing something. I'm not really sure what it's doing. I had a problem where, what was it? It was like the font wasn't used, and so it just decided not to load it. It was kind of crazy. So anyway, I do kind of like having control over the loading and whatnot. So I don't think imports are the right way to go. Generally, I don't feel like there's a big problem just having a framework.css. So I don't know if I really want to change this all over. I kind of think these aren't terrible styles. It is kind of opinionated. Maybe I should get rid of some of this stuff for the framework. Yeah, using layers seems like a good idea, but just might have some caveats. It's like I kind of just don't want extra variables right now. Didn't I go with body height 100%? No, I didn't. Didn't I change that? Maybe the min height thing works, but what happens on a tall page? Body is min height. Oh no, here, body 100%. Okay, I overwrite it. I was looking at the wrong one. Should be that way here. Yeah, right there. Cool. Okay. So, should the framework have min height 100%? I don't know. Maybe it doesn't need to worry about any kind of like complicating factors. Now, putting in custom classes kind of like these, flex-1 kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking these, you could call these utility classes. Don't complicate things. If you don't use them, nothing happens. It's not like you're going to be, well, in some case where you could potentially have a conflict with them, but as opposed to doing something to the body or HTML or base elements that is definitely going to affect any kind of website, maybe the framework should stay away from any kind of opinionated anything and only add 1042. The fuck? Only add these clamps. God damn it, those are confusing. Like, when are they equal? Which one takes precedence? It's so confusing, man. My brain can't wrap around those. Yeah, these icons maybe should be, this little snippet could be added in via JavaScript. And I was thinking about doing that. The only problem with it is that then when you're inspecting and you see this bit, you're going to have no fucking idea where it's coming from. It's going to be a mysterious style element that's just chucked into the page, and you're not going to know how to remove it or whatever. I could put maybe a comment in there that just says like which file and line or whatever, but side nav, yeah, this is probably all not frameworky stuff. It's probably more like theme level stuff. I don't really like full-on utility classes. It's like, I do kind of like the specific modifier classes where, like the root, ID root, and then you can just add classes to the root, and those classes only have styles that apply to that root, and so it's a very modular styling system. It's sort of like this too. It's just like, I don't know, creating a CSS class for every property is just madness. Creating like a default feature, like padding, for a specific thing. It's like rather than have pad be 1em across the board, it's like, well, it's main padding. Well, main is an element that doesn't have padding, and if you add padding, then it's like configured for this spot. And then you could even have like multiple types of padding, where you have a second class that works with padding to override that, even either via specificity or otherwise. So I think display flex is fine. these, like, it just gets confusing. Like, I kind of just think add these specifically when you need them. I don't know. Does that work though? I think it does. Flex horizontal center. Yeah, it's not terrible. I do forget how those work. So I think my brain is kind of fried for today. I did something useful. Let's see how this one responds. Ooh, way too small, especially down there. When you nest things, it gets a little crazy. So this whole thing gets really too small, but it's not responsive yet. Still haven't really set up the container queries, but at least we get a responsive menu that can be moderately functional in the short term. And here's some little nav bricks. Probably skip these setup and working. Should probably get the contextual navigation set up and working. Could I try and work on that real quick? It's probably not that hard. Do I really want this to just be like, so these should be anchor links so that you can right click them and open link a new tab, and then I don't know if I can do a text decoration underline on this. Oh, I can. Text decoration color bar primary text decoration thickness 3 pixels. Okay. 2 pixels, text, decoration, it's offset, right? Color, line, autos, style, line, offset? Was it text underline? Pixels, probably like 0.5 m. 4. So then could even underline this one. Not that you have to, but it could just be, well, let's take all of these. Don't have to copy those again. And just take a quick look. It's a little crammed in there. Could fix the alignment to give it some space to breathe. But the idea there is that the active page is clearly identified. It's triple redundant, but it's so obvious, so simple and so obvious what page you're on. Like the path, the URL path matches the breadcrumb, matches the side nav, matches the page title, as it should. And it's just so simple and obvious, it hurts. Let's see if like a padding top that's smaller would work better. But then the rest of the breadcrumbs would also be, I think maybe just the offset here should be tightened up. Ooh, doesn't that look nice? Maybe something like that. Kind of like it a little closer. No, but the other ones are too far away for it to kind of balance properly. Could it be thicker? pretty cool. Okay, so I need an active class for the directory. I probably want to expand and twirl and maybe create a better hover effect for that. So definitely got some work to do there. Should that underline go more like, I think it could just be under the word, however long that word is. If you had another, like if you were on one of these pages, should that be just on the active one? Probably. You should probably move to the current page. So getting the active ancestors to expand could be a little tricky. I don't like my hover regions on these little icons here. Yeah, I think the click for the twirl is only the icon and not like much above or below it, so I need to fix that. Still haven't worked with those icons much in terms of getting the icon layout working properly. Yeah, so I don't know, the padding on the children here, it does nest them. That's partly, I think, the layout purpose of it. I don't know if the hover should go all the way across. Probably doesn't actually matter that much. Maybe we just do one thing at a time. The icon. Let's go. I can't do a hover, can I? Directory, CSS, line 3. How do I feel about this? Directory, no, CSS, line 3. Let's duplicate this line and add a hover, and then do I have a cursor pointer on the whole damn thing? Let's just say background RGBA 0.1. Let's see what that does. Okay, interesting. Not really what we want, but we add some. Let's try some padding on these things. Adding 1M is going to be way too much, but just to see, whoa. do the hover effect on those? I don't think I'm doing JavaScript, isn't it? Oh. Visibility. Visibility hidden. Weird. Can we just turn that off? Yes. Okay. Why does this mess with the padding? I don't think they normally don't have any padding, do they? None. Somehow they're like centered. See, I don't know. Is it text transform? Is there a text align? Width, font size. Huh. Maybe it's literally just using the character's width. That's weird. Like, there's no padding. It's just an inline block with somehow this. If you just do this, or do you need spaces in there? What controls the width of this thing, man? Line height, 1. Letter spacing, text transfer style. Why doesn't this make it bigger? I don't think there's any JavaScript running. It's just a font. It's crazy. It's still using the right one. What do we say on this one? Width 100 pixels. Oh, there are 3. Okay. Does it say have an overflow of hidden? Were those already there? I just couldn't see. Oh, they are there. Okay. So it's using some sort of text replacement. I don't know if there's like these ligature things or whatever where it, or I forget what it's called, but when you have two letters right next to each other, you can do like custom characters. So it's doing some sort of, I think it's probably using something like that. It's kind of weird though. I don't know if that's how I would do an icon font, but anyway, so it is just inline, and like you can't just put text in there, huh? Kind of crazy. You can put multiple ones in one box, but it's kind of weird. But why would it be one character wide? Oh, because I put width 1em here. Duh. Okay. So now it grows with the size. Alright, let's reset this. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Let's take directory, icon, visibility, turn it back on. So there's no padding, no width by default. Line height comes from the font size and inline block. Okay, so I think just what we want is padding. Maybe we get rid of this width here. I don't know why I have width 1em. Margin left. Y. Keep it off the wall. Yeah, that's fine. Could be a padding thing though. Padding 0.2 m, 0.4 m. Let's just start with this. Alright, so that seems to work. And then I put the hover on there, right? Yep, okay. So let's get rid of so I kind of like the background jumping immediately without a gap in between. And the only way to do that is to have like a bunch of padding on there. But we need the padding to equalize from left to right. I think the only way to do that, oh, it is a flex. Well, duh, it's a, okay. But why doesn't it vertically center or vertically stretch? That doesn't work too well. So the text is top aligned. How do we get the text? Can we get the text to center align? I don't think there is a text align center. I think what we need is to wrap the icon in a frame. Let's try it. Directory, I think it's this one. Bar name. This is a dir. We need. Yeah, it is this one. Where's the icon? Motherfucker. Did I switch over to a different function? Here it is. It's only if there's children that we prepend an icon. Alright, we don't save a reference to it. This is where my framework gets a little iffy, is these like, this isn't the right way to do this, but it's how it's working right now. Div, sometimes getting shit working is better than doing it the right way. I think that should work. Let's go in and change this visibility to visible. What else do we need? Maybe the icon shouldn't have margin left, but damn it, that fucks it up. Why? Because these a file or a dir name, but the dir has icon name is different, and I had to align those manually because that's just the way life is sometimes. So, alright, icon wrap. I guess we'll scope it to this bit here. Directory, icon wrap, display, flex. Let's turn off this for a second. No. See if there's a VS Code, CSS comment, shortcut. No, it's not. No, it doesn't. line doesn't. It's saying if it's a block, then you can do it. Oh. But like an inline span, you can't. Oh. What the fuck? I just did it. Or did I do Control Shift? No, I did Control this thing, and it did a... Oh, it did, but it just... Okay, I thought it was doing the double slash comment, but it does the whole thing, it just... It's not really what you want. Okay. Now if I put it on different lines, I guess it would work. Maybe that's better. Fine. UN. I don't like typing all that shit out, so I will put each thing on its own line so I can Control slash. Fine. Where were we? Trying to style these guys here. Icon wrap. Display flex. Alright, the icon, we'll have to get rid of that one, I think. Icon wrap, we want to, well first, can we, why doesn't this thing stretch? Okay, that's maybe what I want. Now it's just gonna like listen to the sizing of the, I don't want to have to set the padding, you know, on both of them and then hope that it aligns, and if I ever adjust it, I have to redo that whole thing. So what I'm trying to do here is get it sort of like that, and then padding 0.3. Boom. Maybe that's like a 2.5. Looks about right, but the arrow's not in the right spot. So we really want that hover thingy. Where was it? Directory. Icon hover. Oh, here. Wait, what? Not that one. Where's my background? This, was it this or this? No. I added. Shouldn't the line be green? Oh, it's this one right here. So we want icon wrap hover just to see kind of the layout we're working with. And it's definitely not the right thing because we lost this one. No, or was it this one? That's the bar needs to stretch the icon wrap. And the icon wrap there. Something like that. But now it's a little wonky. Also needs to twirl. I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be hovered. It's just the hover region should be more like this, I think, so that if you clicked, oh, see, the click is still on the click is still on the icon wrap, or sorry, the icon and not the wrap. So we want to remove this, and we just want one of these. Control cut. Then I'm just going to break this out so it's a little easier. Paste this, tap this. Okay. What were those other styles we needed? It was the icon wrap. God, this is so messy. Like, I need to redo all this. It's just trying to get it to work properly for a second. Takes forever. Icon wrap. Well, first it's the bar. I don't know both of them. Display flex is right. Let's see if changing that for both of them breaks something. The bar flex from line center to stretch. Whoops. think that's fine. And then the icon wrap to align center. Okay, and then spacing these out differently. It's like, this is just a fundamental layout challenge where you can't really have the best of both worlds. If you make this thing a giant block, then the spacing without the hover gets, like, this spacing looks right, it's just when you hover it, it looks wrong. So I think maybe not having the twirly do a hover thing is better. Because you just have to space it all out. Let's see if I can make it more clear what I'm saying. Padding 0.5 m just for a second. It's really, we want padding right 0.5 m maybe. We can adjust the padding left on this, but more or less, like, if the padding on here is more equal, then the you could have less space here. If those two are equal, then it just looks like these are so far away, and so that's kind of the thing, is it balancing that. So you could tone this down a touch, so then it's kind of hugging it a little bit more. I remember playing around with this a lot. Getting these things to line up properly is kind of a pain in the butt. How do these work? So this just has giant padding, 2.15. Yeah, getting those to line up properly is just, I don't know if I should create a similar layout and make it invisible, just so you don't have to fuck around with it. It's not a bad idea. Kind of broke my thing here. Let's see if we can get the active class on there real quick while I'm deep in this nonsense. So, what's the condition? It's actually kind of tricky because it could be any depth. Maybe while filtering is the best time to do this. I did have a match thing in here. Maybe we filter first and then I don't know. I don't really want to complicate this function because it's already complicated enough, and doing the match part means we need to keep track of which ones we've matched so far. Well, like, how deep are we? When we call these recursive functions and we don't know, well, we sort of look at the remainder. Here we just look at the children. Fuck. I might have to punt this until tomorrow. I don't really want to, but my brain power is quickly fading, and this is some more complex stuff that I could easily break and then have to either just completely revert or otherwise waste a lot of time. Got some hacks in here, not even sure. Is this still working? I don't think I'm using this one. Okay, so how do we match? Yeah, this, but we need to go deep with it. Maybe we just create a new function. Alright, YOLO. This was all based on hashes, right? Yeah. Fuck this thing. Match is going to be something like and we do kind of need to pay attention to whether it's what kind of file it is. Maybe it's best to actually put it in here, but how do we keep track of the depth? How do we keep track of when we first called this filter thing? Because we do the filter on files.filter, calls it for each of the root ones first. Maybe we need a property name match, or maybe just active. So maybe it is something like this. Alright. If window.location.path name console.log window, well, let's just, what does the window location.path name look like? Okay, so yeah, this is all bullshit. Just get rid of this for now. It's confusing. So if there's a path, then so this is the directory. Well, we could set up like an array of matched items, but I don't even think we need to do that. I don't think here's really the right place for this. I think each FD could oh wait, yeah, how do we track the depth? And make sure we're at the right depth one, because this thing's going to run for all the depths. If we automatically match in this, if we match the name against, or whatever this is, if we match this against the location name, whether it's an index, that's the thing, is that the nav elements here can come from different file types, and so how do we check the path? Well, it'd really be what do these FDs look like again? Didn't I have that typed up somewhere? FD is file data. So it's the name. It's not the name that we need to match against for these pages, because path to full path to file. I need the right logic to match the right thing. And also the right depth. So if we're on a page where there's a real index, do I have one of those? Let's just call it real. Public new file. No. Public new folder. Real new file. Index.html. I think we can just copy this bit over and then do a new file. Page.js. We don't want that one. We want something like this. Real. Boom. Okay. So let's start here. Framework ext directory.js. I have a directory too with the same shit, and this is just getting nasty, but let's just go with it for a second, I guess. Console.log fd. So these are all the index.html ones, and this real one here. Alright, if it's a deep one, then the path part that we need to match is just the name, which could work fine. But again, I'm not sure how I limit this filtering to the right level. Like, I could track it in the filter function, like incremented depth, or I don't know. Doesn't seem like a great way to do it. Prone to like getting out of sync or something. That's why I kind of think doing a separate match isn't a bad idea, where I can like, but it's a lot of this logic that I need to repeat. I could try and generate the URL that would match, and then when we're all done, loop through them all and match them all directly to the. But that doesn't feel like it. I mean, it would work, but that doesn't feel like the right way to do it. I kind of want a way to check each file directory, or the file data. Check each one to see if that's maybe both an active ancestor, but also the active item. Fuck. This is a tricky one. No easy solution is coming to me. Well, because it's like, as we're looping through each of these, and here's the order of them based on the directory file data. Matching neither the name nor the path or whatever against the current or the first part, like the location.path name parts. Also, if you put the full and this is going to get really complicated because I'm just thinking through, like, if I tried to match each one kind of fully, essentially, like match the full path versus the full path and find the actual active item. Like, okay, so let's say I can successfully locate the one fully active item. Like, not the ancestors, just the one single one. Well, then I could loop through all the. We don't have a parent. I could look up the parent based on the name or something, but I think what I need is to use the before I start trying to do all this, I think I should use like a directory or file class to maybe create methods for identifying that shit. And so the general logic for like identify active age and ancestors is something like, well, actually, it's just take each window.location.pathname part, which could be this, could be this, could be this, could be this, that could be this, oops, this, that. Or at any depth, but basically either slash or none. And so if window.location.pathname equals, whoops, and ends with, I think is a function, then look for page.js, else look for something.page.js. Or so is it the directory that, I think it's the directory data item that is listed here, not the page data item. I think it ignores the page data item. Look for directories with a child, or directories with a child. Oops. Index.html. Otherwise, look for files with this pattern. Okay, so that's actually probably not terrible. However, for the active ancestors part, now what I could do is I could just make a parent reference on all of the directory children during the filtering to quickly look it back up. That could be pretty easy. So let's skip this, although it'd have to be in one of these, right? We just use find. We don't really, we do call the filter on, okay, so on all the children we filter, but we don't pass should probably just bind this filter so I don't have to do it twice. This filter equals this filter bind this. Fetched this fetch equals this fetch bind this. And we don't have to bind that shit. Boom. I not do it with compare? Or does compare just not use any this? Okay. Fine. And then we don't need this. Okay, what we do need is some way to set the parent references. How do we do this? If there's children, God, we search each child like 3 times. It's crazy. I think maybe we just loop through the children and then do the conditions all together. But this part, I always felt like this was a really poorly written function that just I kind of just hacked it together as I figured it out. But so the problem is we're not gonna. I was gonna put it in here because I already have a function, but we're not gonna even get here until. I could do it here. This is gonna run every. No, it stops. It stops when it finds it. Fuck. All right, so the FD does it have a dir field? No, it doesn't. So the dir could either be or it could be parent. Maybe parent is better. Parent would be a dir. All right, so let's just do it old-fashioned way. fd.children. I think it's for each child dot parent equals fd. Okay, no errors. Okay, so now like I could figure it out here, but the whole problem of depth means that it might just be way easier to do it here. So if window.location.pathname so even at the home page, image in new tab. It should be open link in new tab. Isn't this an anchor link? No, it's not. It needs to be. Fuck me. Anyway, window dot location dot path name is / So how do we identify? On this one, we can just basically skip the matching, right? Like. Else if. But window.location.pathname ends with / then look for page.js or index.html else look for hello?